Hey there, Drawyah here, and welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator. So today, taking our first long-haul trip in the all-new Airbus A330 on the trip from here in Singapore to Doha. So we're looking at around 7-8 hours of cruising time today. We'll see how it all looks inside PACX. Flying in Qatar colours, so flying the Middle Eastern airline today, and hopefully should be a pretty good trip ahead of us. So here at Singapore we've got both ground and tower online, so let's speak to those on the way out. We will jump to the cockpit, set the aircraft up, prepare ourselves for flight, and like I say, should hopefully be a rather good trip overall. So let's jump to the cockpit and let's get this plane going. First and first, we'll turn on the batteries, line all three ADIs. We are using the A32NX compatibility mod for the A330 today, so fingers crossed, all should look rather good. We will activate the correct oxygen supply. Most lights come on, nav lights come on, strobes automatic. We will also turn on the external power, that would be quite useful. Fuel pump's not yet, we'll wait for the fuel truck to arrive. I think that is the overhead panel now. Over and done with for us. Also, smoking. Right, brightness comes up, let's set the aircraft up for flying. Got the flight plan open for us to use. So we're using A32NX compatibility mod, but it does lack a few things. For example, the EFB is no longer there. Also, there's no printer functionality, so it's kind of like a half-half thing, but it works rather well, and systems-wise, it should give us what we need to fly anyway. So, FMGC initialization. We're departing from Whiskey Sierra Sierra Sierra. Our arrival airport is Oscar Tango Bravo Delta. That's flight number today. Our flight number is QR947. Our cost next today is going to be 10. Cruising flight level initially will be flight level 360. If you look at the flight plan, flight 360 from Sadri up to 38. Mike Victor down to 26 apparently. We'll go back to 38 at Doram, and 40,000 for Sugid, and then 34 for Bubas. So we've got a few steps up and down. We'll plan that up ahead now. So flight level 360 for initial cruise. IRS will start aligning that, so it'll take a couple of minutes. And the next page, we'll pull the centre of gravity, which we'll need to. I think we need to adjust that, don't we? Natural range. Quick look at that, shall we? So 0 fuel weight, 128.2, that's fine. Try 23. If it doesn't work, out of range. Okay, so I know that they would have talked about issues with the centre of gravity on the A32NX compatibility mod, so I think may just have to leave it. Try this quickly. Okay, that seems to work, so my guess is something to the weight, because it's an A320 FMS on an A330 body, so we'll have to mess up the 0 fuel weight there, but I doubt don't have too much effect on our flight anyway. Yeah, fuel truck, slowly arrive in the background over there. Wait for that to arrive. We do the passenger numbers, so start boarding, let's get people on the aeroplane, departing from Singapore to Doha, QR947, 36,000, flight time, put 7 hours and 50 on the clock, take off with approximately 24 minutes, A330-300, 231 people on board. We have got Wi-Fi, have got entertainment, have got a boarding music for Qatar, got a safety briefing for Qatar, we do get snacks, we do get meal service, and with that, let's get boarding, shall we? Should be Oscar Tango Hotel, should it? Give me 2 seconds just to double check. I think you may be correct. Hang on. Give me a second. I think you may. No. Oscar Tango, Bravo Hotel. Bravo Delta, sorry. Check your ICAO codes. Well, the fact is, they both seem to point at Doha. Okay, well, hang on. You say that, I search Oscar Tango Bravo Delta, it points at Hamad International. Unless it's two Hamad. Hang on, I'm getting myself confused now. So, okay, if we're going to Hamad, we'll change it to Hamad then. Fuel truck's arrived, so we'll quickly do the fuel. 2 seconds. Fuel is 114,107, £114,107. 114. 49%, I think. Yep. Fine, perfect. Set that. Our block fuel on board will be 52.28. Change our route in 2 seconds, so it'll be Whiskey Sierra 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 to Oscar Tango Bravo Delta. Whoops, sorry, I've done it again. Whiskey Sierra 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 to Oscar Tango Hotel Hotel. Change that. We'll quickly change PACX as well to show the new airport instead. So just do that 2 seconds. Oscar Tango Hotel Hotel. That's done. That's 50. Departure will be in about 22 minutes now. 230, 231. Yes, yes, yes. Qatar. Yes for Qatar. Yes, and start. Right, so we've changed that now, and I'll quickly update the flight plan as well. Am I about to read new arrival? It shouldn't change our waypoints too much. Just have to be a little bit more careful with the approach later. I'll replan a flight plan fully. The arrival runways in use. Where do I put the airports? So, departure, arrival, aerodrome, Oscar Tango, Hotel Hotel. Flight plan we'll look into later. Right, okay, let's carry on, shall we? I should still be aligning because we haven't changed the departure airport, that's all fine. Let's plug in our waypoint, shall we? Right. Imagine I've got so many tabs open. Updated flight plans, let's go with this. Right, so first waypoint is Masbo. Everyone using 34B. Bravo, I've never seen a B runway destination before. We'll refer to the charts later for that. So finishes at Masbo onto the Alpha 457. Get SimBrief open. So have a look at the flight plan given to me on that. Next is Gupta. Oh, sorry, we're in place Gupta. The waypoints following Yankee 340. On to Sanax. November 563. The HGOD as well, thank you very much. That's better. We're going to Hamad International. Sanax November 563. To Adkit. Lima 896 to Mike Victor. Bravo 466 to Doran. So that's scroll down to Doran. Continue with November 571 to gear up. Then you fly direct to Bubas. From Bubas you fly the Zulu 151, almost there. To Alden. Now before I go any further, let me have a look at SimBrief and see if we need to change our flight plan flight towards the end there for the new destination. So it's Whiskey Sierra Sierra. In fact, I'll show it on screen as well, why not? Oscar Tango Hotel Hotel. Look at the flight plans. So, how does this look? I mean, flight plans themselves are fine. I just wanted the latter stages, how it all changes for the new airport. If I zoom in, Corsa I believe is on our flight plan anyway. Flight plan, Corsa, no, got Kier up. Alden. We carry it to Corsa from. Yeah, flight plan will take us over the UAE. Have to go to Merit. So into Merit, and then take on to that. Right, so Alden, Uniform Tango 800s. Vaccine. Directs to. Hang on, Alden. Yeah, it's a mismatch. So insert that. I love making mistakes in flight plans. It means I have to replan everything based on the flight. So Alden. Where is Alden? There you go. So Alden actually takes us to the top of Dubai. That's fine. Alden on to zoom in. Copsa. I can even type right now. Copsa. There we go. Copsa. Fly to Obsub. And now, our flight plan's complete. Insert that, back to flight plan, and just confirm we haven't made too many errors in this trip. So yeah, cross over Malaysia, cross through India, and fly to the north of the UAE, and then cut across into. Perfect, right, so that's all set now. I'm happy with the flight plan. We'll plug our departure in. We'll listen to the ATIS. We'll allow the cabin crew to announce first. On paper, it's a runway 02 left departure onto Masbo to Echo. We confirm that on the ATC side of things as well. If I can find whereby, there it is. Listen to ATIS, Whiskey Sound, ground. Departure, yeah, 02 left departure. Should be the Masbo. Departure on that. Let's have a listen.
Wind 020, variable 350 to 050, at 13 knots, visibility 10 kilometers, temperature 33 degrees Celsius, dew point 24 degrees Celsius, altimeter 1009, few clouds at 2,000 feet, towering cumulus, broken layer at 30,000 feet, wind 02.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of cloud in the area, but for the most part, it's not looking too bad. Let's have the brightness of our displays on the all-new A330 extended panel there. It's a 320 cockpit, but 330 kind of styles to it. Again, it's a smart way of doing things. Very smart. Full credit to for doing that. The cam brightness comes up. Co-pilot side comes up. We'll greet passengers and then we'll tune into ground finally. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome aboard this Qatar flights from here in Singapore to Doha, Hamad. Flight time is around 7 hours and 40 minutes, just in the final stage for any aircraft, and hopefully she'll be airborne in just a few. Any questions today, speak to cabin crew on board, otherwise I hope you sit back, relax and enjoy your flights. So for passengers, tailcode today, we're using A7 Alpha Echo November. A7 Alpha Echo November. Yes, Qatar now uses A350 to Singapore, but there's no A350 in flight sim, so I can fly A330 instead. Well, they have had a few occasions where they fly the 330 on this trip. So, yeah, why not? Joy's partnered with... Who am I partnered with? Musa. Oh yes, Pinpoints, yes. So Pinpoint currently doing a 777, 200 and 300 for flight sim. Early days, but it's looking pretty good that, so fingers crossed, it should work rather well. Parking with Captain Timo is PACX, TFDi designed PACX. You quite like it. With the fuel on board now, we can activate the fuel pumps. Also start the APU, since the aircraft is also ready to, almost ready to get going. We will tune to ground. Now, information Charlie we've got. Tune ground on 121850. Right. I believe it's stand 223 we're on right now. Hello there, Singapore grounds. This is Qatari 947. It stands 223. Information Charlie. Requesting IFR copy to Doha.
Qatari 947, Singapore ground, hello. Clear to destination Doha via Massimo 2 Echo departure. Runway 02 left. Initial climb 3,000 feet. Expect flight level 360, squawk 3001.
Qatari 947 is cleared to destination Doha. Departing on the Massimo 2 Echo departure via runway 02 left. Initial climb 3,000 feet. Expects flight level 360 out climb and it's squawking 3001.
Qatari 947, Zerback is correct. Tennessee 1009 information data. Report when ready per pushback.
Perfect. Grab all of that. Initial climb is 3,000. It's not much of a initial climb out today. Everything's been set up there, that's all fine. Runway 02 left departure, which is fine. That's all set, that's all set, that's all set. Go to our performance page now, so flaps 1 for takeoff, I think. X temp is 72. Now V-speeds, I'm not sure, yeah, V-speeds are not correct. That's completely off, so actually it'll be 147, 148, 152. That's 72 degrees. Transition altitude is going to be look, transition. We need Singapore.
We're on your time now.
Ah, passengers boarded, perfect. And transition altitude here is going to be where is it? Stop. Nope, tabular, that's not. General airport information, advisory. Altitude is going to be where is it? Should be right there. That's one code if you're flying VFR. That's your perhaps your departure right there. Transition altitude is.
Good afternoon, Singapore ground. Skyglobal 797.
I'm going crazy. I'm sure I'm going crazy. 6,000, 11,000, like 110,
797 Singapore ground, hello.
Found it in the end.
Clear to destination Sona
right.
form on
11, Whoops.
Bangkok via Victor Mike
Perfect.
Romeo
Right.
5
That's all
Echo
set. I think translation
departure.
did we? Actually, we did.
Victor
That was
Mike
before.
Romeo Martin 5
We're done with
Echo
that now.
departure. Runway 02 left. Initial climb 3000. Inspect flight
Pressing the slash key by accident to make sure what it
360
does. Give me 2 seconds to what it does.
3002.
Bindings by input slash.
Clear destination
It's,
Bangkok via
spoilers, yeah.
Victor
We
Mike
would actually like to,
Romeo 5 Echo. Out of runway 02 left, initially climb 3000 feet.
Press those, thank
walk,
you.
300.
APU is available. APU bleed set. Wave 6 have those systems.
Skyglobal 797
Sorry,
and mistake.
power comes
So
off.
flight level 360 is not available due to eastbound. Can you set flight level 350?
So we're now ready for push and start at this point. The aircraft back over, or put the map back over to the aircrafts.
Skyglobal 797
Good,
Roger.
pushing back,
I copy
facing
that
south.
flight level 350 and
Good.
this is correct. KNH 1009 information data. Report when the report
So it's the
pushback.
automatic predictive wind shear. Last thing to do activates the transponder as soon as push back. We confirm on the ground as well. Do you want transponder on at gate or transponder comes on later? Sometimes use it into the latest info. It's not mentioned, so we'll leave the transponder off until we get to the runway. Right. Sorry, 947 stands 223 requesting push and start.
Qatar 947, pushback approved, facing south on uniform 1.
Push start approved, facing south on uniform 1 for Qatari 947. Thank you very much. So we'll push back onto uniform 1, which is the taxiway just behind us. Actually, Victor 13 behind us, Victor... Okay, no, that's fine. So yeah, we'll get the PushbackZoomer open and let's get the tug going, shall we? Activates the beacon lights, so let ground crew that we already start our engines. On. Now it's on. Now we just wait. Oops, wrong add-on. I want PushbackZoomer, not PushbackHelper. Ground from flight deck. Request pushback.
Pushback request confirmed.
Right, so here comes the tug. It's up, and then we'll get going. Yes, we are using the A330NX. Would you say that for a 12-year-old kid, Microsoft Flight is worth £6, so you count how often they play it with school and work? Well, I mean, as long as you can help out with time management, so know that they can only use it at certain times while focusing on school, I don't see too much of a problem with it. I mean, I've been using flight sims for years, back when I was like primary school I was using flight sim. As long as you can time manage it, I don't see a problem with it, to be fair.
Cabin crew, secure doors for departure.
Ground from flight deck.
Good afternoon. Departure checks completed. Doors and hatches closed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Brakes released.
Okay, pushback begins. You are cleared to start the engines now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the text you are about to hear is a supplication.
Request push and start. Skyglobal 797.
Is to pray upon travelling.
Skyglobal 797, pushback engines are approved, facing south on uniform 2.
Turn facing south.
Sure. Start turning so you will be facing a southern course.
Facing south on uniform 2. Skyglobal 797.
Alright, so that was the pre-flight prayer that a lot of these Middle East airlines have in their aircraft.
Let me stop the turn.
Turn facing south.
You are already facing south, so tell me another target direction.
Whoops. Stop pushback. Stop pushback.
Okay, confirm parking brakes set.
Brakes set.
Okay, have a nice flight.
Yeah, try not to talk when the aircraft's in motion, because then the pushback tug will just take you in a random direction, basically. Right, so we will do a quick check of flight controls, make sure everything is running as smooth. Elevators set. Ailerons set. Oops, give me a second, rider's not set. Controls. Box controller.
Baggage should be securely stowed in the overhead compartments or under the seat in front of you.
So you heard him, move it!
In-flight entertainment monitors should be folded away.
That's it! Find the space! Slot it through!
Is my rider not working? Should. Give me a second. I need to rebind that, because if I've got no rudder, I've got no taxi, basically. That's very annoying.
Please fasten your seatbelt for takeoff and landing. Insert
Controls, controller, camera, I need to remove everything.
Pull the strap to tighten the belt. To
Annoying, because it should have, well, not changed it, basically. Right stick, get rid of that. Of that.
If you plan to sleep during the flight, please keep your seatbelt fastened and visible to cabin crew.
Down the line.
Offside.
No way around.
See? Should have been wearing a seatbelt.
The safe room's going to continue in the background, but I'm now here reconfiguring everything because Flight Sim, for some reason, has forgotten my config. Very annoying, that. Right, so we'll populate this later. Search by name, go to all rudder axes, set, validate, and go back, apply.
So, what's next?
That's better, rudder sets. Speed brakes up, speed brakes down, speed brakes set, perfect. Okay, we're making progress now, so we push back, aircraft all sets, flaps down into the number 1 position. Fair use, Charles. Fair use. We are flying Qatari, and therefore flying Qatari safety briefing does count on the fair use. Qatari 947 is ready to taxi.
Qatari 947, taxi to runway 02 left via uniform 1, straight on Whiskey Alpha, then holding point Whiskey 90.
Taxi to runway 02 left via uniform 1 onto Alpha, and then holding point Whiskey 9 for Qatari 947. Release.
That's good.
Make sure the APU is off, and also turn off the engine ignition. Arm the spoilers.
Level 797,
Lock the
taxi
doors.
to runway 02 left via uniform, straight away Whiskey Alpha,
Get going.
then holding point Whiskey 90, your number 1.
You want the pack that sounds the great sound of a hen party in the cabin? I mean, I can always just say, turn the passenger instruments on. Ooh, a bit of thunder there. Interesting. Well, I didn't say thunder.
Life jacket is
Okay, that's correct.
next to you or underneath your seat. Lewandowski, come and join me.
Interesting. I'm looking at ground shots. My ground shots are all very different to what the now is telling me. Well, Whiskey 9 at least is the same. 02 left. Whiskey 9's the same. The rest of it's completely different. We're using IVAO. Right, you see, we're using IVAO. Even plus one had a active control at the moment here at Singapore. We'll get the standby. our frequency on here, so tower is 118.6. And the centre on the line, but not our centre, that's going to be over there, that's going to be Jakarta radar, Indonesia, so not someone I'm speaking to today.
Skyline 7907, contact Changi Tower 118.6, have a safe flight, bye.
Contact tower, thank you for service, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Just a random tree over there. Classic flights in that. Online ATC, Ahmad, is IVAO.
It shows in detail each of the safety aspects of this aircraft. If you have any questions, the cabin crew will be happy to help.
Ground using old text. Right, that explains why I'm looking at mismatched taxiways. They're using the wrong ground files there. So I might have to poke the guy, just let him know that he's using the
Now you can enjoy that
old designations, not the new.
1,000 plus entertainment options on your Oryx One.
Right. Brake sets, cabin, check. Config test. Pre-takeoff checklist is now complete. The aircraft just entering the runway now, in the distance over there, Boeing 737. That is going to be a Golf Sierra. That's a Henzies Air aircraft entering the runway now. Going to Bangkok right now. FlightControlReplay I turn on during the descents. We record landings with FCR. I'm using the version 0.2 version of the A330, so it has got a few small upgrades and fixes. The original release did not have. And loving the trees here at Singapore. I'm sure the airport very much maintains these in real life. Guys. I do not have Singapore landmarks, no port. So I'm thinking of getting, but how often do I fly to Singapore? At least close enough to actually spot the landmarks. I have thought about it. It does look very good. It does look very good. Just a case of how often I use it, kind of thing. Taking off right in about 2 or 3 minutes. We are a bit behind schedule now, minus 4 minutes on the clock. But we are almost there. Everyone's saying about maybe 2 minutes. We're short to Whiskey 9. Cabin crew, take your seats for takeoff, please. Seats for takeoff.
Qatar 947, contact Changi Tower 118.6. Have a safe flight. Bye.
118.6 for Qatari 925. Thank you very much. Take care and goodbye.
Bye bye.
Whoops. Why did the throttle go up there? Ah. This thing's not set up properly. This throttle is going to be death for me today. I can give you back to that now. So he's doing it again. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Who puts a throttle on a Xbox controller? Come on, guys. Throttle assigned. Right. Increase the because it's normally my brakes. On this occasion, I'm gonna have brakes. It's gonna be a long flight, I'm afraid. Alright, brakes are over here now. For crying out loud. It's going to be one of those days today. For some reason, flight sims forgotten my key bindings, and as a result, it's now going to muck up the entire trip. Yeah, okay. Hello there, Singapore Tower, this is Qatari 947, hard short 09 left, requesting departure.
9047 Singapore Tower, good afternoon. Wind 04012 knots, runway 02 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Qatari 947. I don't fly with stick, I use rudder for stick and also camera controls, but right now, so camera controls on rudder, but the sim's now forgotten my key bindings, so now I have no idea what it does. It should just be drone cam, look around, have a bit of fun, because controls are easy for that. But now it's kind of reset itself, and now it's controlling my aeroplane when it shouldn't be. So I don't know what it's doing. The only way to find out is to take it for a flight, I guess. Right. 50, 1-2 stable. Up to flex. Good knots. V1 rotates. Right, gear up. Good.
947, no further ATC available. Monitor unit com 122.8. Have a good stream. Bye bye.
1-2 designated for Qatari 947. Thank you very much. Take care and goodbye. Thank you for coming online. There's no ATC, which means our initial climb of 8,000 we don't require. Used to climb power. We're requested to fly to 340 initially from grounds there. Following their leads. Let's up that. Let's continue our climb out, shall we? It's a long, long way to Doha. About 7 hours and 40 minutes from start to finish. 330, I wouldn't say it's laggy. Not at all, AVS Josh. Not at all. You're a bit late to check the graphics settings, Revanti, because we're in the air now, and if I pause, we're on an online network, which I don't particularly want to do. Ground spoilers or resets. Passing through 6,000, 10,000 off the landing lights, 11,000 standard altimeter, then, in which case I'll wait for the aircraft to level off and turn off the seatbelt signs. But so far so good, aircraft's performing excellently for its launch today. A330 for me it's 777, but the reason I fly the A330 is because it's the only aircraft we've got. I am more of a Boeing person, but until we get more Boeings in the sim, it's going to have to stick with Airbus a bit longer, I guess. Yes, tomorrow we're doing Gatwick to Barbados, which is a longer flight. 10,000 feet, and lights off and retracted.
This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. You will be required to pay a small fee if you wish to access it. We do offer complimentary in-flight
no, there's no wing flex, Avgeek. They will implement it at some stage, the A330, but it's a bit gimmicky, a bit fiddly to up. Just make it look realistic. But for now, no wing flex in the aeroplane. Right. And that's him to set. See the speed bar there, it's a little bit red than I'd hoped for, it's 300 knots. I can imagine the speed ticker is not quite fully functional because it is an A320 speed ticker on A330. So we are using the A32NX compatibility mod for the A330. Works alright, small things, small issues, but for the most part I've got very little to no complaints. How it all looks and works. As long as the aircraft flies, that's the maybe that matters. 777's been developed by Pinpoint Simulations, AvGeek, Pinpoint Simulations. I have seen a Spitfire, I might get it, we'll have to wait and see. Sure, Mohammed. The A32NX, sorry, the A330 mod is available on the FlyByWire, not FlyByWire, sorry, Megapack Discord server. So let's download it and pick up from the Megapack Discord over here. Just about to reach our next waypoint now. Coma, and from the coma, be able to fly onto our heading, and then, as it's trying to path out, turn off seatbelt signs and let the aircraft do all the hard work. Would you ride the 77 Max? I would, right? Riot? I would. I have no problems with the Max. Well, real life Max, of course, not the Microsoft Flight Sim Max. The Radar 3D model can do one. No Doha, this livery is available on Flight Sim 2. The only livery I've created for 330 is the Aer Lingus one. Everything else I'll be using from Flight Sim 2 or the Megapack once that's been expanded a little bit. Yes, on Flight Sim 2 Doha. I've just said a couple of times. I'm going to turn off the seatbelt signs now, give passengers their 3 rings back in the cabin. Get an announcement for that also in the aeroplane as well. Here are climb outs.
The flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You can have it up and move around the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when you hear the beginning of unexpected turbulence.
Next stop, Doha. It's a long way. Should be a fun one. Wing views are, and I've done a video one, but basically you can preset different custom viewpoints in Flight Sim, and you can assign them to different numbers on the keyboard. Then use the keyboard, of course, numbers, go back to the viewpoint stand and view them. Should fly the Emirates 330 from Dubai to Singapore. Well, it's only, well, Dubai to Singapore, that's basically the exact same flight as this one, with a 10-minute change of airports in the same area, so probably a bit too similar in my opinion to do a flight like that, at least so soon. Other than today, 50-50 bread is 7 hours and 40 minutes. 7 hours 40 on the clock. This is Microsoft Flight Simmer, Joshua, yes. This is Microsoft Flight Simmer on the A330 today. Why stream so early? Because it's a long flight, Barry, and so we'll be finishing it late. Much time left. Check the clock. Bottom of the screen, also top of the screen. There's all around that. Welcome, Mr. Gem. How are you doing? Welcome to Champions Chats. How are you today? Passing through flight level 285 now. That speed tick, I can tell, is going to be a bit of a distraction for me. As it's in the red. I know it's not in the, well, I know it's not in the red in reality, it's just how the aircraft kind of displays it. But it's going to cause a little bit of distraction for me, like, should that be that colour? Also, interesting to see how the scenery lands when it, interesting how the aircraft feels when we land later today, because Asobo have now fixed their flaps issue, therefore the config fixes you can reverse, and well, this will be my first landing with the new, I guess, landing physics compared to the last landing physics, so it'll be interesting to see how it all goes. Arush, I did say that on the last stream that if you ever told me to do Go Air again, I would block you, and I'm afraid you're still doing it, so goodbye Arush. It's very annoying that you keep spamming every single stream with no break. 3080 Kai is still somewhere in the factory. Like I said, I don't think it's even been created yet, but I'm about 240 in queue to receive it. 240 to go. No vanity. Like I say, in the air, I don't want to pause on my network. The last one on the ground, but I'm afraid a bit too late there. And I'm saying, so how you doing? Welcome to Chats. How are you today? It's not add-on, Mohammed. The camera views are default. So I've done a tutorial on the camera setup, so we'll check out the tutorial, which requires you to edit a few config files to get around the cabin. I have seen the Beluga, yes, the AnySim Beluga for Microsoft Flight Sim. It's sorry for explaining even. Sorry, it's an interesting aircraft, that the Beluga. The UniBuild version looking very good indeed. Interesting to see how that all goes together. Maybe pick up at some stage. We'll see. AnyBuilds, that's it, not AnySim, sorry, AnyBuilds. Why don't anybody want to fly the Beluga? Flies a Mach 0.68? Well, because, Mao, it's a A330 with a giant thing stuck on its roof. An interesting sight, the 330. Otherwise, so far so good. Aircraft seems to be handling everything pretty much, well, pristinely today. I'm looking at the ETA at 16:04, so apparently we've already saved an hour into our flight. I don't think we're going to be landing quite as early as 4 PM. If we do, I ain't going to fuss, that's for sure. But it really comes down to the wind. It's only an 18-knot tailwind right now. The reason I'm doing Singapore to Doha, not the other way around, is because the tailwinds are better from Singapore to Doha. The other way around adds like an extra hour to the flight time. Apart from that, it's all looking good. Right, now, a favour from me to you guys, or from you guys to me even. So, tonight, I'll be speaking to Willie Cannock of Sky Blue Radio, because I'm going to do like an we're recording it tonight, but either this weekend or next weekend, we'll get the date sorted, I'll be doing a radio piece again. So, we did a radio in the past, we've done two in the past. We did one our own, one with DomSmithFlights.com, and basically, we're doing like a bit of a Q&A. So, that there is a link to SpeakPipe, which basically lets you record questions and send it to Willie Cannock, and basically going to do a bit of a, what's it called, a Q&A session later. So if you want to ask a few questions, feel free to ask it on the link I've just dropped in chats. And yeah, hope you can get a few questions in for the Q&A later. The A330 you can get off the Megapack Discord server Redvi, and the liveries you can get off the Flight Sim 2, or the Megapack. The Megapack's an easy way of doing it because it all comes together in one group. Did Heathrow to LaGuardia yesterday. 8 hours for headwinds, that's quite a long flight there, NV. Normally it's like 6 or 7 to go transatlantic. Flight time, 7 hours 40. I'm happy that we beat Liverpool. Also had the VAR decision just before half time. But can't fault it. I think we did yeah, I think we played a fine game. Still managed to say that we haven't lost the game yet. Since changing managers, we're still yet to lose a game, so who knows, if we can continue that into next season, unbeaten run. You heard it here first. But no, we're on the right track, definitely on the right track. Like prepping for next year, or Champions League this year as well, still got a fighting chance for that. Welcome back to Nathan, how you doing? Welcome back. I have got the, well, I've got the Microsoft Flight Sim UK updates, Liverpool Senior, not the Orbex one. I've got the UK defaults one now. Speed, I'm not sure why I started that hack out. It's definitely a glitch more than anything. According to this, we're, well, stalling. Don't think we are quite stalling. Are we interested to see if we can increase the speed? Does it throw an overspeed line at us, or does it not? Let's have a look, shall we? I've not had a need to divert yet, UV. Diversion has not yet happened for me. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's caused the... so you can see we're overspeeding now, so definitely going to be a limit to that somewhere. Back to limits at Mach point, well, 0.3, 0.2, that's actually fine. The reason they say that the A330NX is not compatible with the A330, because it genuinely isn't. What that'll have to do, just ignore the speed tick up, let it be red. Well, it's just called the Livery Mega Pack. Blakey time, Livery Mega Pack. Reasons for play from Vienna, how you doing? Welcome to Chance Chats. How are you today?
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your feedback for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you'd like to order additional menu items, you may hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we would be happy to.
So far so good, yep. We're serving the breakfast. You got to remember that as we're flying to Doha, all the meals are now going to be based on Doha's local time. So serving breakfast now. Later on, it'll be dealing with lunch, maybe dinner as well. Unlikely though. But lunch will definitely be served later on in the flights. Mods for what, Hakao? I think we're doing alright, chats. Nobody's particularly making a fuss. Thank you there for Red for the £1, much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. We don't talk about the handball, lads. We do not talk about the handball. That never happened. Blame VAR for not working properly, all I can say. It's meant to be there to correct the referee's decisions, but it doesn't do anything. It's hilarious, actually. VAR is a complete catastrophe. Welcome, Airbox, how you doing? Welcome to Chance Chats. I haven't watched Godzilla, no. I don't think I've watched any of the Godzilla films. Not my cup of tea. How do you long haul flights if you're doing it? Well, that's what we're going to do, Ridvi. We've left on autopilots. I'll stick around to chat a bit longer, and then later on I'll go and disappear. But why did I do that, Hakao? I'm quite happy with it in the lower corner. Yes, so, like I say, so far so good. Reasonably good. Flight map, well, we can show the in-flight map, but that I found a bit basic at times, so I'd say use the IVAO link in the chat. I can drop your refresh link now for you. Oops, not that one. No, Charlie, got a day off today. Let's have a day off. So you can use that link there, check our flights, or if you're on Volanta, feel free to use a Volanta. And just as well, Oscar Tango Hotel was our destination airport. The A330 A7 Alpha November hotel code. Just need to follow those the water here, the river. Arch path. You're going to cut across Malacca City. That gets us out of Malaysia. And flights not 2 if you want download deliveries. And just go to the A330 section. It's not particularly difficult. I go to the website, aircraft deliveries, third party A330. There you go. That there is the link for downloads. Should be an IVAO with it. And you just oh, that's the airplane. This is us. Yeah, just currently passing through Malacca City, south of Kuala Lumpur. Over Malaysia, we'll head north, cut across India, go on cruise, and then yes, follow the Gulf and into land in Qatar. So flying around the UAE, flying around Dubai, and then into Doha. Yeah, satisfaction looking good at the moment, 100%. Alright, passengers are probably liking the new airplane, it's always benefits. How far in flight are we? We are, I'll give you the exact number, we are 4% of the way there. Got another 96% of the way to go to Doha. How do you change the FMGC? Delete the A32NX mod or download the compatibility mod, because by default it's not compatible. Or, if you've got it active, battery is on, external power set, and that turns on the FNS. I will go FK, Kendall, absolutely. Someone has made a Rhino livery, yes, I am not a fan of it, and I do use Volanta 53 bread, yes. I just said that 10 seconds ago. Not too bad, Tom, not doing too bad, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Yes, there's a red bar there, and that's because it's glitched, Moses. That's because it's glitched. Just ignore it. We're not stalling. If we were stalling, we'd have problems. Just ignore it for now, basically. Thank you, me too. Thank you for the kind words. Glad you enjoyed the watch. Now, I don't use fake liveries either, Zidity. Whenever I do streams, I kind of use... I like to find the realistic routes on airlines that operate certain routes. So, for example, flying right now in Qatar colours. These days they operate an A350 between Singapore and Doha, but historically, and sometimes as well, they do throw an A330, depends on the requirements of the fleet. So, as a result, flying Qatar 330 today. Tomorrow, we're flying in Virgin Atlantic colours on a trip from Gatwick to Bridgetown, Barbados, so definitely the one to watch as well. With 2 long haul flights in 2 days, and on Sunday, we're going to do more of a more relaxing A320 short haul flights. Problem is, Kendall, 5.85, and this is the overspeed. There you go, overspeed. 5.85, way too fast. I'm not quite sure what you're cruising at, but that's unrealistic. Where is Misa? You take care, and have good nights. Where did you get your mod from? I got the A330 from the Megapack Discord server. Scientist, the Megapack Discord server. Conscious of the March updates. The March updates bring back contrails for the aircraft and flight sim. Contrails, they think they're pretty good in the future, I think. Fair enough. I guess it's one way to hail me down. How's your barrel roll? Well, I'm afraid, Davis, Josh, a barrel roll would be impossible because FlyByWire. the A330, A320, basically all Airbus aircraft, they limit your tilting to 40 degrees. If it tilts further than 40 degrees, the fly-by-wire will force it back into level flight. And so, I'm afraid the answer is it's impossible to barrel roll, unless let's turn off the flight controls going to direct law, but we're not going to do that. In fact, I'm not sure how it affects the aircraft turning off fly-by-wire. The cabin is not modelled, no, if you've read. The cabin is not modelled. Like the A320, it's just a box, and outside the box, it'll just be, well, nothing. There you go. Flaps are up. It's not flaps, it's just the speed ticker issue. Only one small issue, I'd say, for the aircraft. The rest of it is pretty good. Most GP, not well. Again, like F1, I'll watch it if it's on. If I'm preoccupied, then probably not. Gonna do the island flight. So we did the flight from Dublin on Monday. Was it Monday or Tuesday it released? Sorry, it was Tuesday, I think. So we did the flight from Dublin on Tuesday, and we'll see. I can imagine I'll do a Dublin flight at some stage in Aer Lingus colours. Maybe a flight from Dublin to New York, perhaps. But not this weekend. I think we'll do it next weekend, we'll see. This is the new A330 updates, yes, Tom? This is the A330 0.2, and we're on the A32NX compatibility mod. Working alright. Like on IVAO, Hugh, not a VAT sim. We found IVAO. I'm sure nice. Well, we'll probably get. Well, we'll see, Kendall. We'll see. Next A330 video. Well, we're doing it right now. How? We are literally doing a A330 video right now. So our next video is right here. Yes, the freeway aircraft CDB, sorry, is a freeway aircraft available on the MegaPack Discord server. I'll go for me to download. See the text that the the aircraft didn't quite make it into model matching. It's not a bad texture pack though. The A330, it's quite an easy one to work with. I did the Aer Lingus delivery for it. Quite easy to use. And yeah, end results actually pretty good as well. The Qatari round down tail. No, this aircraft is not for FSX UV Boss. Aircraft is not available for FSX, only Microsoft Flight Simulator. For FSX, you'll probably be looking at the Project Airbus or Posky A330s. Posky do A330? I don't actually know. CamSim, I know did 787. I think it was Posky, you'd have to check. Welcome Christopher Dow, how you doing? Welcome Champs Chats, first we got live, glad to have you. The A330 can be connected to the FlyByWire A330 Yes Andres, it requires a mod for it, but it can be done. When comes out, can you do a flight from Heathrow to Hong Kong? We'll see, David. I have said in the past that if I ever do a flight to Hong Kong, we're not going to Hong Kong International. We're not going to Cheplek, sorry. Keep mucking up the airport name. Do flights to Kai Tak instead, because Kai Tak's the fun one. One way Hong Kong, very boring. Well, apart from during crosswind, wet wind weather, those can be a little bit more fun. But Kai Tak, peak Hong Kong, Cheplek, sorry, I'm gonna get it right one day, is your average airports. Found a copy of Flight Simulator used to come on. Wow, okay, that must... that is, going back to the ages there, Echo Port. The last time I used a floppy disk was back in, well, primary school. That would have been 2000 and... It wasn't quite late primary school, it was early primary school, back when we did computer studies on an old computer room. We saved everything on floppy disk. So that would have been... yeah, easy 2004, 2005. Last time I used a floppy disk. I think you already know the answer, Vanity, given that I've ignored you both on Twitch and YouTube. Next time, I'll just remove you. No need to be disrespectful. I don't know about freeware 787, Moses, given that Premium Deluxe has already got a 787, and I know that Quality Wings are doing a payware 78. So, for a freeware, all I can really say is don't hold your breath for it, I'm afraid. For the thumbnail, which thumbnail did I forget? Elite Play? Thumbnail looks alright to me. Oh, it's kind of, well, you know, I am looking at it. Already see because it's a white screen, but the main thumbnail looks alright. But the small thumbnail seems to be missing. Interesting. I'll check that later. I'm from the UK. Port Salon, I'm from the UK. I'm from London. So I'm afraid we are natural enemies. You speak that, Port Salon. Today there will be an Spitfire releasing. A Supermarine Spitfire. I can't remember the developer who's developing it, but yes, I've got Supermarine Spitfire releasing today. And I'm fairly sure I've seen a few US models as well coming from the Second World War. A330 deliveries Megapack. Ruhan, deliveries Megapack. Food 738 and Manchester to Chicago, ran out of fuel at 410, 7 hours you'll have to get back. That's because, Charlie, the 737 does not have the range for Manchester to Chicago. I'm not quite sure what you were thinking there, but the aircraft has not got the range. Never had, never will. Most times that use the 737 transatlantic usually stop over in Reykjavik along the way. And even then, Reykjavik to America is a limited capacity, because even that doesn't have the range. The Max can just about do it with Reykjavik stopover. NG, no way. Any news about airlines on this game? So, the CRJ from Aerosoft releases on the 16th of March. So you have got a release date now for the CRJ. Apart from that, news is still quite quiet, because it's still early days, don't forget, so you've still got to kind of learn the SDK and learn how aircraft work. The the 737 from PMDG, that's still Q3 of this year. Again, no release dates yet for that. Yeah, it's early days. As time goes on, more aircraft will release, but it's still very early days for Flight Sim. As I speed at Mach 182, so Mach 181 will be that. Cove's test, hopefully you come back negative like that. Tweak your settings. Always tweak your settings, people, especially TQ. Never use the presets. The presets, they're easy, but that's what causes the lag. For example, waves, you should never use more than medium, because above medium, they have no difference apart from killing more of a GPU. Always tweak your settings, always find the perfect balance for both the best looking and easiest to run. Dead zone, so basically deloading in a controller where you can have a bit of a spiking issue. What you can do is you can set a dead zone to limit the movement. So basically avoids spiking, avoids issues with cheaper joysticks, and also kind of like a zone where you can move your stick around but not affects your in-sim movement. And so in my case with the Hotas Warthog, I've got no need for it because it's a very, very good stick with high accuracy. For the old joystick, the Aviator, that one had a bit of a spiking issue, and therefore I did set a dead zone for that. Yeah, so the A330, sorry, might be coming out this year for the FlyByWire team, but again, no release dates yet, nothing really in concrete. They're doing it, but that's kind of as far as they're going right now. They're doing it, no release dates yet. That's because it's a glitch, Captain Timo. That's because it's a glitch. The aircraft is not completely configured for the A330 is not completely compatible with the A330, the A32NX. As a result, I mean, to be honest, that's the only glitch I really noted with the airplane so far, the red speed ticker. FMS functionality is fine. The printer does not work, nor is there a tablet I can refer to. Apart from that, the only issue I really see is just the speed ticker, which I can live with. Shot, flying in Qatar colours. I have the 787 by Magnite to next plane. It's not a bad aircraft, that. The EFB functionality actually pretty good as well. A few long haul flights with it. Welcome to Twigs, how you doing? Welcome to Channel's Chats. How are you today? Do you prefer Qatar or Etihad? I've not flown any of them, Ryan, so I'm afraid I can't really say. I can't really give an opinion for now, and I've never flown on, and I've never flown either of those, so... Yeah, give me a ticket and I'll let you know. Preferably first class, please. I'll give you a full comparison of the two. What design do you recommend? It depends on your stick, really, deloading. I mean, it's best to have 0 dead zone, but like I say, it really depends on your stick and how well built it's put together and how long it's, well, how much life it's got left, basically. If you can do 0 dead zone, that's always the preferable. I've not done liveries through Blender, Adam. I do liveries through Photoshop mapping. I'm old-fashioned with my liveries. Back in FSX 2004, I used to do quite a bit of livery making. And so basically, you get a flat texture out with the XLBMP, you make a livery, you encode it, you stick it back in there, and then you save it as .dds. So I'm very old-fashioned my liveries, where I do it the old school way. You have a flat livery here, you map it up, create livery, and stick it online. They do, Philip. They absolutely do. Yeah, so good. Passengers are very satisfied, which is good to see. No faults so far. Flight time today is about, well, it's just under 8 hours. Flights have been 7 hours and 40 minutes. We're doing alright for the ETA there, so it shows that we're going to arrive before 4 PM, which I'm a little suspect by because the well, it means that we've saved about an hour already, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see what time we make our approach into Doha. We are over Malaysia, yes, Vienna. We are currently flying over Malaysia. We then cross the Indian Ocean, fly across India, then over towards the Middle East. Bit of water today, not quite as much water we'll have on tomorrow's flights from Gatwick to Bridgetown, Barbados. We are using the avionics systems with this, yes, Benny? Not quite compatible with the speed ticker. Apart from that, everything else seems to be working out issue. Not sure yet the UV outbreak. Not sure yet when we'll do that. Probably soon. Yes, Crazy Conzi. 128 gigs of RAM you'd only use if you're rendering 3 models and videos at the same time for a NASA science computer. I use 32 gigs of RAM, and 32 gigs is more than enough for what I do. If you do heavy video rendering, then maybe 64 gigs will do you. But for most people, for most people, 32 is overkill. 16 gigs is enough. Because I do video rendering and streaming, I went for 32. Tomorrow's flight is, I believe it's around 8 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. So a bit longer than today's trip, but not by much. Not by much. No, RAM is not the total space UV boss. RAM is random access memory. It's memory that your system can access to kind of calculate numbers and generate all the calculations that feed back to your CPU. You're talking about hard disk drive space for your total space, HDD or SSD. No, Ryle, we've just said over Malaysia. Indonesia's in the wrong direction for that. How do you do... What, sorry, Mohammed? Cancellation? Calculation, you're going to have to explain a bit more detail, Mahad, I'm afraid. What do you mean by that? How to check your RAM? You should know it's part of your system spec. If not, head to the Device Manager and check out your system spec through Device Manager. Your dad bought you 16 gigs of RAM for your computer. Can you run XP9? Enjoy building your own computer? Yes. So I highly recommend, if you get a chance to build your own PC, build your own. No point relying on the pre-builds when generally they're super expensive and not worth the value that you're paying for it. There's no regional planes yet, VNR, but on the March 16th, so in 2 weeks' time, Aerosoft are releasing their CRJ, so that's coming out in just a couple of weeks. Very excited for that, since we did the first proper high-fidelity aircraft flights before. Well, Working Titan's already got the now working their CJ4, but the Aerosoft CRJ is going to be like the first proper pay-aware high-fidelity aircraft for flight sim, so I'm definitely excited to pick that one up when it releases in a couple of weeks. Yeah, refresh the page. It paused me as well. I'm watching the stream. I have my stream on the phone there in front of me. It does sometimes have pause. Not sure, Tom. I've not received anything about CRJ yet, 1 week early. Who's the source you've got for that, Tom? If they are, please let me know. I've not been to Qatar in real life, no, Ryan. Love to visit one day, but sadly not yet a place I've visited. This is 2020, yes, Aiden. This is flight in 2020. On the MSFS A330. Captain had something about yesterday. Alright, I'll check that then. Because I've not received word about releasing it early, that's for sure. It is a functional 330, yes, Aiden. It's free to download. and more worth checking out. I do like it. Okay, functionality says that looking pretty good. All put together rather well, I'd say. Generally not one to watch adverts, Ryle. Generally I'll skip adverts when they appear. Yes, Benny, we've got wing view, so you've got forward right, rear right, and left wing wing view today. And of course you've got the showcase camera stuff as well, if you want to go through showcase cameras. So 13 is right wing, 12 is left wing, 11 is looking back, 10 looking back, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and of course tail cam number 1. One Core i5 4400K be running Flight Sim. I'm gonna have to be honest with you, Rock Killer, not very well. That's an old 4th generation Core i5 you got there. Not even, well, not worse than modern day i3s. Modern day i3s run like high spec i5s like 2 years ago, so they've definitely they've made a push for that Intel, but not quite to the way that AMD are doing it. But I'm afraid you're not going to get much more than medium graphics, if at best low even, for that. It doesn't say overspeeding, Ishi. I increase speed to Mach 182, then it'll say overspeeding, give it a few seconds. That's just a glitch. In fact, it's saying stalling, not overspeeding, that says we're stalling. We wait a few seconds for Mach 182 to kick in, there you go. Now it says overspeed, now we're too fast. Mach 181 is our cruise for today. Put the aircraft down, just bring it back to speed again. Yes, Sphinx, we are using the A330NX for the A330. There's a mod on FlightControlReplay which allows you to operate it on that. Free to download again, well worth checking out. No, Rock Killer, there is no way you'll be flying flights at 60 FPS. You'll be getting 20 if you're lucky on that CPU. I'd recommend you upgrade before you get Flight Sim. My room's not particularly warm, Charlie. I mean, my system doesn't produce the most amount of heat in the world. So I've got a window behind me if I need to open it, but it's currently closed. I wouldn't say it's particularly warm at all. Let's have a look at Discord, 2 seconds. Interesting weather down below. See where the houses have been forced up by the mountain down below. A few interesting little patterns, but right here, flight level 360, doing rather well. Have a look at the flight plan. We do step up to flight level 380 Sadri. the Saudi waypoint, I believe, just in front of us. There you go. So, front towards Nemak now. After Nemak, we fly to Sadri, which is just a bit further ahead, I believe. What video is happening yesterday, Kingslayer? Yesterday with the release of Trains and Worlds Class 465 Networker. Yeah, don't buy 30 series graphics cards from eBay. Do not support the scalpers, who basically buy them all, bottom, and then sell them for profits on eBay. Scummy thing to do. Do not support the scalpers. Tomorrow, Kingslayer, we're doing a trip from Gatwick to Barbados, Bridgetown, Barbados, tomorrow. Good, again, aircraft's handling everything absolutely fine so far. As I've updated on Volanta. We're currently doing a cruise at flight level 360. Later on, we'll start climb to 38. For some reason, the flight plans not seem to have appeared on the here. Wait and see. Not sure. It might be a volcano actually down there. This part of the world, you do get quite a few volcanoes, and so you may be right. In that sense, that could be a volcano down there. Definitely not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Welcome, Aaron from India. How you doing? Welcome to Chats. How are you today? Does your family support you streaming and spending money on PC equipment? They don't mind me streaming. And spending money on PC equipment, that's my money, I guess. I work, I got a job. So, especially when it came to the initial setup of this thing, I paid for everything out of pocket. I don't get the problem with that, Charlie. Maximum altitude of the A330 is 420, if I recall correctly, flight level 420. I'll have to double check. Volanta is free, yes Charlie, Volanta is free to use. Job doing marketing, social media. Marketing and social media I do. I fancy that down below. Again, just to see the mountains peek over the clouds down below. It's a beautiful sim, this. The way the whole world kind of interacts with each other, both sky and ground. So good. So good. It's not active, pal. No, Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't have any active volcanoes. You can check that. You can go to Catania and look at Mount Etna. In real life, it's erupting. In Sim, it's static. And to be fair, airlines still flying out of Catania, no problem, even if it is an active volcano. Here it comes down to the direction of the ash clouds. Oh, you've got a name for it, Airbus fan. That's Mount Cinnaberg down below. Mount Cinnaberg. Thank you for that. Always appreciated. Headphones, they're just some nubwo things off of Amazon, what, like 4 or 5 years ago. They seem to be doing alright, no problems at all. They're a bit imbalanced sometimes, but you can use the Microsoft settings to kind of sort that out. No, Levalta, I do not speak German, I'm afraid. A little bit on PS, you are right, you boss, but nothing too bad at the moment. Seems to be handling alright. Warhawk, welcome back. Yawn, morning. Come on, man. Waving up. We've got a whole 6 hours to go. Yes, this is the A32NX mod. Nausea. It's the A32NX mod on the A330. The only issue right now is the speed ticker, but apart from that, everything else is working alright. Sure, I'll drop your mods, link to that compatibility mods, no problem. There you go. So let me check the Gatwick scenery. Have they updated? The answer is usually yes. No, I haven't actually. Interesting. Ah, okay. I'm just looking at it now. I think they've just updated the mods. Yep, they've updated the A32NX mod about 20 minutes ago. Fixes speed calculations, fix that. Okay, so they've updated it now. They've just fixed it. We've already started, can't change it. But yeah, March 5th, about 20 minutes ago. Fixed speed calculations, fixed radio altimeter, fixed out of range, and new features from the A32NX development version. Only thing that I'm going to check now is something about that speed ticker. Yeah, see if these missing prisons worked. Cooldown's missing. Interesting. I'll play around that later tonight to see if maybe there's something that I may be missing. But apart from that, all looking good. I'm doing another 3:30 stream then tomorrow, Charlie. So doing a 3:30 stream today, doing another one tomorrow, and then maybe next weekend as well. We'll see. But I'm enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it. It's a very well put together aircraft, this, and a freeware. Remember, it is a freeware. I'm not a real pilot, Aaron. No, I'm not. I just enjoy this as a hobby. I've seen Pinpoint Simulations 777. I've seen the work of that, and so yeah, interesting to see where it goes in the future. Yep, schools are opening up again next weekend, so next week even, schools are opening up again, so for a lot of people it's back to reality. And I think that's why I'm doing an extra bonus Friday stream today, because we're returning back to some normality from next week. There's less chance to kind of do these flights in the future. Let's wait and see. There's no A380 yet in Flight Sim IVAO, so I'm afraid the answer is no, not until it releases. Tomorrow flying from London Gatwick to Bridgetown, Barbados. London to Barbados tomorrow. No worries, Tom. Glad you enjoyed the Airlings livery. Spent a fair bit of time with it. So I did the initial livery for the stream, and then I did a bit more tweaking on it the next day, and I've perfected it to look as close to the real thing as possible. So, small details. It's a good looking livery now. Took a fair bit of time to put it together, and yeah, I'm very happy with the end results. So probably need one or two small tweaks I might make in the future. But for the most part, I think the Airlings livery is now virtually completed. Tomorrow's plane will be the A330. IVAO A330. 21, I'm a 21 ads. I don't go to school myself, Paul. I have a job, I work. Well, working from home, but yeah, what can you say? How's a week? Not too bad, Warhawk. Not too bad. So far, so good. Can you give me my Drawyah? Like I said a while back, you're going to do an Amsterdam to Seattle flight. Yeah, 3:30 now. Absolutely no worries. Do you enjoy it? The A320, yes. The A320NX compatibility does fix the ADIS. That all works no problem. And also align the FMS. Yes, you are right. Well, a bit more than that, Ryan, now. With 13% of the way there. 13% of the way there. ETA is still looking at 15:58 Zulu. This is time to ground, sorry, 5 hours 52. This is to go, 9,111 nautical miles left to go. Making progress. We are making sure progress. No worries, Tom. Flight time tomorrow is about 8 hours, Tom. 8 hours. Ah, not bad, David. Not bad. We've all seen the Seattle Ultras. The fans, they are something special in the football world. What's his name? It's going to annoy me now. I know his name, the guy who we all make fun of. She's in an interview later on.
A big fan favorite. Let's check in now.
There he is, Robbie Branham. Robbie Branham. He is the king of Seattle Sounders fans. We've all seen his chants. We've all seen his face. I'm afraid I can't share them, Morsey, because the PACX files I don't own the rights to. As a result, if I distributed them, piracy, and I don't particularly get myself into trouble. So I can use them for my own personal use, but I can't distribute them to other people because I don't own the legal rights to them. I own the copyright, I would, but the copyright's owned by the respective airlines, and therefore I can't really do much about it. Yes, Aviation, we're going to be shooting a holiday tonight. There's not any chance anymore. So you'll see him sitting back by the drums. Interesting. See, I swear he's like the... I'm not sure he still does it, but for a long time he was like the head of the fan base, wasn't he? Or at least like he was the representative of the Seattle Sounders fan base. Interesting. I didn't know he kind of took a step back from the chanting. Welcome back, Joe. How you doing? No Concorde plans yet, as the sim still has the speed limitation, but DC Designs are doing it, and working with Just Flight for the release the A3 for the Concorde. Sorry. So yes, there's one coming. DC Designs. There's just no firm release of it yet. This year back is knocked down, so you're following online lessons through in the background. Focusing lessons, Marco. Focus on the lessons, they're the important stuff. Thanks for the ECS Ultras, yes, that's the one. Fight and win, the most ferocious of the chants. Made him world famous, in fact. Not sure if light fan why there's speed limits, it's just a thing that was built into the sim. My guess was to do the flight dynamics. Oh no, do the pilots actually appear in the cockpit? The answer is no. Empty seats, I'm afraid, in that. That's the controls. They operate like the A32NX? The answer is... yes, actually they do. They're like default airplanes where you can have you can look at the cockpit and see all the systems all working. That's all there. The only thing that's missing is the pilot wants to set. Ooh, I wonder then. I go to MCDU menu, go to options, miscellaneous. Ah, yeah, so it is set to show. They just don't show. Fair enough. And default 20 that works absolutely fine. Never been to Seattle. If I do, I will 100% be doing more of the Boeing factory. Yeah, the pilots using the bathroom, empty cockpits, just hope they haven't forgotten the pin. Oh, very nice, Musa. My spec editions high school, very nice. I went to a normal high school, no aviation relation, just the high school. A bit of turbulence there, a little bit of aircraft shake, nothing too much at the moment. Might also turn seatbelt on actually if it goes a little bit bumpier. For the most part, seem alright. Alright for now. Not so much foggy, boss, it's just a high altitude cloud layer. We're not yet scheduled to step climb to flight level 380. MELAC coming up shortly. After MELAC, it'll be the steady open when we do step up climb, so another 240 miles to go. We hit that. Yeah, I mean, if I ever go to Seattle, I'll be sure to drop a thing on Discord to show that I am going to Seattle. I'll have to wait for in the future, I guess, but... Oh, so I should have gone to New York back in May. I should have done New York. But, COVID cancelled those plans. Also, I was supposed to fly the 747, an aircraft that I'll now never get to fly, thanks to, British Airways retiring them as a result of COVID. Now, I'll try and grab flight of Lufthansa at some point in the future. When? Who knows? But one day... Touchwood, I'll fly the Boeing 747. I had a ticket in my hand. I had the ticket. I had the schedule. I should have gone on the 747, but it just got plucked out of me about 2 weeks before the dates of the flights. There is a thumbnail cancel there, just for some reason. Sometimes it appears, sometimes it doesn't. It's a bit of a glitch on the YouTube side of things. No, Charlie, you take care. Have a good lesson. I think in a couple of minutes I'll probably take my first break as well. Good checking actually, Martin. I haven't checked the passenger names yet. So if you look inside, it should be a mix of Malaysian and Qatari names. And yeah, I think it very much has done that. Sounds like Saberi, Nasri, Yazdani, SC. Thanks, Armen. Who's that supposed to be? Anybody recognise any famous people? Do bit of shouts. Not really names that I personally recognise. Then again, on our A330 flight, in fact, hang on. Let me get it up on screen 2 seconds. There's a name I missed when I flew to, did the flight from Dublin to Heathrow. I'm annoyed to this day. Because it's the second famous name we've had, second famous name that we've missed. Where's PACX on the sim? Hang on. There it is. Right, so this is the stream we did from Dublin to Heathrow on the 1st of March, a couple of days ago. How did I miss Bruce Lee on the flights? We had Bruce Lee on board, and I managed to glance right through it and miss it entirely. Very annoyed by that. It's better than this Drawyah. That's the second famous person we've had on board. And on both occasions, we've missed the name. So we missed Bruce Lee. We also missed Theresa May last time as well. What if you try to see... Well, I'd like to see 777 work first, Musa. And, I mean, even something like CPDLC, that'd be pretty good to have in the aircraft. It's a proper communication system with ATT on the ground. Charge getting 747 getting slimmer. First one's going to have been yes, I don't want to go to COVID. So, in Europe, Lufthansa are my only real hope. Can I ask you to stop, Harman, or I might just have to remove you for spam. Yeah, Theresa May. If I go to the flight, it was one I did in Canada. Let me have a quick look for it. I don't use VATSIM Achilles, I use IVAO. Let me try and look for the stream. It was one I did in snow, so it was Toronto to Montreal, I believe. On the PACX list. Was it this one? The answer is... This is your passenger list. I'm sure it was this one. Yes, it was. There you go. So, flight from Toronto to Montreal. Yeah, Canada colours. He had a former British Prime Minister, Theresa May, on board this flight. We've had a few names appear. I just keep missing them. And then the only time people tell me about it is after the stream's ended. So I can't go back and correct myself like, hey look, they're on board. No, they tell me like 2 weeks after we've ended. Therefore miss the name. The reason the red bar's there, William, is because it's the A320. We're cruising at Mach 181 right now, which is the correct speed. It's just glitched out on the TFDi, so ignore the speed ticker basically. The speed ticker is broken, everything else works absolutely fine. Just the speed ticker that's not working. Did you have Jace Calls on the flight as well? I've missed that one, Marco, as well. See, we had so many names, I just keep missing them. Jared was a viewer. Well, Jared Reed's an interesting one because that was a bit back to front. Jared Reed first was on the stream, and then someone created that account as a result of that stream. So Jared Reed didn't exist before that flight, but they made a new account for Jared Reed afterwards. I think I know who it was, the Jared Reed person, but that came after the Korean Airlines flights to Anchorage. I like UK 2000 Newton. It's not the highest fidelity scenery, but it's detailed and very FPS friendly, so I like it. I do recommend UK 2000 Newton. Ooh, other questions there. Yes, I'd recommend UK 2000 Newton. Very good scenery. Extra Planes Bartha, free download. Free download while we're taking a look. Interesting engine cowling textures there. Not ice, it's just very scratched up. So, interesting material for the inside of that as well. Chainmail in that. We're over the water now. Next time we fly over land will be when we hit India. We're going to fly to the north of Sri Lanka. Right for India. Down below. That right, well, probably seeks as a cloud, but that right there is the last bit of land we'll see for a good 2 or 3 hours. Probably going to step up climb now to flight level 380 to get that over and done with. This one's the next level of climb. Ah, hope they're alright, Charlie. You hope they're alright, nothing serious. Yeah, so I can see that airspeed is slowly taking its way into view. We'll reduce speed to Mach point 80. Fine. Let's see how the speed's affected through there. Favourite aircraft, the 737 or 747. Ishi, 73 or 747. Ooh, hang on. Ah, hang on. That speed ticker, it updated for like a fraction of a second to show correct display, and then it glitched again. It appeared correctly for such a short amount of time, and then it just kind of went, nope, goodbye. Disappeared again. See how fast we can go in terms of cruise. So Mach 181, would it work? Answer is yes, no overspeed. Mach 182. Overspeed, so that's it. Go back to Mach 181 for 30 aircraft to cruise. And yeah, carry on as it is. Have you flown in real life during the pandemic? Once, Ryan. So back in October of last year, went to Berlin for a day trip. Before that, I flew in March, before the pandemic, to Inverness domestically in the UK. But since all the shutdowns, I've only done it once on a trip to Berlin. That was at the end of the summer peak. There's a mod, David, that adds compatibility for the A32NX and A330. There's a mod for that, so worth bringing it down, I'd say. No, RD boy, I did not use Substance Paste for the Aer Lingus livery. I used Photoshop. And good old texture maps. Like I say, I'm a bit more old-fashioned when it comes to the liveries for aeroplanes. So if I open up Photoshop, I can show you what it all looks like. So this here is the Aer Lingus texture map I've done, which basically is just a bunch of logos and colours all on a flat plane. You open up the mask layer, you can kind of see where the shape of the airplane is and how you can follow the design. I'm going to have to close this actually because Photoshop's very CPU heavy and I am streaming. You see where all the liveries are and how it all kind of shapes out and all that. And so basically it's kind of a case of put the liveries all together and remove the mask layer and then export this PNG. There's small adjustments you've got to make, positions, tweaks, that kind of stuff, make sure it all fits and looks proper. But with enough work, you can put together a rather good high quality livery. Some space are way easier. I'll maybe look into it, RD, but I mean back when in like FS 2004, that's when I did most of my livery building. So for me, I'm more used to the old-fashioned way. I'm sure I'll try it out at some stage. Just need to kind of look into how it all works with Blender. So Blender and Substance Painter as well. Not too many bugs Aviation Forever. So that's not the default stuff. I mean, with the mods there'll be a few bugs, for example, speed ticker. Apart from that, it's running alright. Textures are fine, Musa. Textures are fine. So you've got Qatar livery correct on this side, Qatar livery correct on the far side. So no problem with the mirrors on the 330. Everything looks absolutely fine. This is making quite scenes back in there. Yep, it's good old texture maps, DDS files, all your old good ones. No, it's Fight Fan. Bye bye. If you're planning on switching your delivery creation methods, commit straight to Substance. I'll look into it. Are there any good tutorials out there then for Substance creator I could probably look into? Flight is 7 hours and 40 minutes best start, 7 hours and 40 minutes from start to finish. Long haul in bad weather and heavy turbulence. Well, first of all, seatbelt sign was down for a lot more time. Resort. Potentially, I'd fly on an what's it called? It's like a parallel flight path you can take to get around the weather. Not sure if it's actually show it on the FMS. Probably not. What's it called? You can fly a... What's the word? I can't remember the name of it. Basically, you can fly a flight path parallel to your current flight path to avoid different storms and weather patterns. I've just forgotten what the thing was called. TOTUS does it rather well, actually, on the X-plane side of things. The TOTUS aeroplanes do it rather well. Well, this is a long flight today, Barry. This is a long flight. Welcome A3, how are you doing? Welcome to Chats. How are you today? Going to annoy me now. I'm going to keep thinking about offset. That's it. Cheers, Matt. Cheers, Fabregas. Yes, you find offset in your flight plan to avoid different storms, avoid different weather patterns in front of you. And in some occasions where tower needs you to fly outside some routing, you can also tell them to kind of break away from flight path as well. So use offsets, use seatbelt sign, and potentially fly at a different cruising level. So for example, if it's stormy at flight level 300 but at flight level 280 it's absolutely fine, then either descend a little bit to get below that or climb above it to go over it as well. So just small change to your flight plan just to get around it. Yes, Snaz, we are using the A32NX compatibility mods. Like I say, the only issue I've got with it is the speed ticker. Apart from that, everything else is working absolutely fine. Now over the Indian Ocean. Next time we cut across will be India. You don't need to buy a hard game again in aviation forever. If you want the 787, you can buy the upgrade to Premium Deluxe. In upgrade, you don't necessarily have to buy the whole thing again. There's two £25 Microsoft Rewards. Once you get your PC, you can get Microsoft Flight Sim for £60. Yep. Ooh, very nice. You enjoy it, Kingslayer. Livery templates you get off of the Megapack Discord server, Boxer Steve. The Megapack Discord server has the blank texture maps. I'm enjoying it, Best Star. I'm enjoying the 330. It's a very good little model, this. Very well put together. And yeah, just overall a very fun experience in Flight Sim. It's a good aircraft, this. Megapack done a very fine job putting together a new aeroplane. The approach into... Right, so I need to rebuild my flight... Give me 2 seconds, I'll rebuild my flight plan. I'll give you all the information about the approach because, like I said, I actually put the wrong iCal code in for Dubai, not a Madness National. As a result, I need to edit my current flight plan. It's arrival code, so it's going to be Oscar Tango Hotel Hotel. Technically, I think they actually fly back into the airspace. They've changed it now. There's no more down the airspace. We'll do it anyway. Since I've already got files as such. Analyze that. So that's all fine. Should I have a star I could use? Probably not. The runway is 34 right in use right now, so we'll be using 34 right for the arrival. this. Trailer reads mess up badly. Window view textures. With frame around. Oh right, yeah, I see what you're talking about. Sorry, yeah, this. I see where they've not done the mapping correctly in the results. Black markers have seeped into. Yeah, they have messed it up slightly. Yeah. Well done, livery creator. I've got a new flight plan now downloaded. Print, I don't want to print, I want to open. Right, hang on. I've done that wrong. Give me 2 seconds, we'll get around that. Welcome, Mr. Cena. Welcome from Dublin. Nice work there, thank you very much. Window views are default with the aircraft officer. Window views come with the A330 by default. That's better. So download the flight plan. Fresh. That's what I want. I've uploaded my flight plan now. Looking at a runway 34 right approach, direct from OPSUB. We'll look into that a bit later on in the later stages of our flights. How do you move around? I'm using custom viewpoints, which I'm the tutorial on my channel. But all the camera systems are default in Flight Sim, but you don't know how to use them basically. You'd recommend 16 left approach, gives you view of the bay and Doha, which is amazing. We'll see then. I'll see how the approach looks. I'll mark it on the map quickly. So you're saying, if we go down there, so 3, 4 rights, get the pen out, cross that. You're saying go 16 lefts. Means I need to get a frequency up of that. Oscar, I'm going to hotel. Whoops. .108.7. I've marked down the map flight plan now. If you recommend 16 left, then we'll have a look at 16 left. There's one aircraft behind us as well. We've got UAE 1902 there as well. A330 also in the air. Very nice. I'm going to Sepang right now, flying in NCT colours. A little busy in the Middle East right now. Got a few aeroplanes kind of really going up and down the Gulf. We've got Hamad International, where we should be inbound to. Yeah, Qatar. Because that's going to be the old flight plan, isn't it? So, yeah, that's going to be my slightly mistaken inbound. No. Hang on. Inbound. Here you go. So, Qatari 947 inbound 1601. For that, we have a Qatar coming in from Cape Town. After that, another aircraft from Singapore. And from Hong Kong arriving shortly, 77 Whiskey. A private jet aircraft coming in as well, EVP2. Well, you've got a few planes coming towards Singapore today. And the Concorde's stay down there as well. Concorde flying into Bengaluru, Bangkok. The Mach point 2 cruising speed, ground speed 1,150 knots. Yeah, so they're Mach point 2. Right, so I'm now going to take my first break of the stream. I'm not sure I'll be doing too much with the interactions today because, well, middle of cruise, it's going to be water for most of the flights. But I was looking at around 4 PM landing. Before I go though, just a reminder, I do Again, this evening I'll be recording a interview piece with Willie Cannock of Sky Blue Radio, and so doing a Q&A session. If you want to take part in a Q&A, ask questions to the SpeakPipe link, just drop in chat now. I'm not going to sleep, Musa, it's 10 in the morning here. I'm not going to sleep, I'm just going to go have breakfast. As I say, I'm going to do a radio interview with Willie Cannock later, and so if you want to take part in the Q&A, I've just dropped a link in the chat. Ask a few questions, and you can then, well, potentially be in chance on being on radio. So, call out tonight, and then either this weekend or next weekend, it'll then be airs for people to listen into. So we pre-record it, and then we play it later. Right, back in a bit. I'm off to have breakfast. Ta.
moments, our lovely flight attendants will be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note we only accept credit cards.
Hello again. So we're just shy now of India and slowly approaching the midpoint of this route. 45% of the way there so far. Surface are good, aircraft handling everything pretty well. Passengers look pretty good with 92% satisfaction. Yeah, don't think go any better at the moment. Welcome, William, how you doing? Ready for our chat tonight, I hope. 7 PM I think got scheduled for, so we land at 4 PM today. I'll have dinner, and then tonight we'll have our little chat. Any questions? Has anybody sent anything in? Hopefully you've had a couple of things go in. Welcome, HD Fabio, how you doing? How are we doing actually in terms of the steps? Mike Victor, Agni Molvi. These steps. Yeah, so we just step up to flight 400 until Army. Then again, we're on a slightly different flight plan. Yeah, so we'll keep it 380 for now. We'll step up later on, across India at the current altitude. David Honeyball lives in Shrek's swamp. Okay. We're doing departure. Let's see. Now it's online here at Singapore. Approach was online as well, so good. Our aircraft about to fly over Chennai. Aircraft behind us, Singapore Airlines, not Singapore, sorry, Emirates. Emirates also soon to cross into India. Gonna fly over Chennai, which is an airport I've done a couple of flights in and out of from Flight Sim. Definitely checking out for that as we cross over. Yeah, so far so good. Over in India today, weather looks absolutely pristine. I've got no issue with the weather right now. Clear skies, bright sun, all looking good indeed. We'll see Pattern Tiger. I mean, it's released on Xbox this summer. We've seen a trailer of it as well on Xbox gameplay. It has to run, surely it has to run well. There's no they'll release a console copy of Microsoft Flight Sim that doesn't run at all well. Yeah, no worries, man. Glad to see you around an IVAO. Let's see, from what I've noted, the controllers are very nice. People who fly on here, generally pretty good. I've got no issues with the IVAO network. Not doing too bad, Nikolai, not doing too bad. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. How are you today? Looking at the Indian coast now. No, so Xbox releases will not get stuff like the Mega Deliveries Mega Pack. They'll not get stuff like packs. Mods that require external kind of influence, it will not get. The pushback helper it won't get. The only mods it can do are those that directly link to the Microsoft Marketplace. No Marketplace, no mods, I'm afraid. I don't think there's a way you can kind of hook into like an external file folder format of kind of hooking on it. There's no way you can do it. There's no way you can do it. So it's either on the Marketplace, official, or not included. Let's try Aquanate 2 again, see if we can try and get this speed up a tiny bit. If not, we'll say overspeed again. Yep, overspeed. Back down to Aquanate 1. The FlyByWire mod you will get. So that was confirmed that the FlyByWire A32NX will go onto the marketplace for free. It'll be a separate download, but it will allow you to access all the Fancy One systems, like a more advanced version of A320. But talks were had, and the A32NX will be on the marketplace. Oh, hang on. The pilot models have appeared. Right. Ah, okay, so if you get too close they disappear. If you zoom out, the pilot models do appear in the cockpit. They're just not always there. Interesting. But they are there, you're just going to have to zoom out for that. The thing with Megapack is that with all the airline liveries, they then need to license all the airline liveries. The A32NX, they already got the Airbus license, and therefore sticking the Airbus on there is not a problem. It's the liveries and the airline's permissions that they require. Without that, then there's nothing they can really do apart from not release it. Welcome, Alex. How you doing? Got you 60,000 Newton. Very nice, Tom. Do enjoy it. What's new about the aircraft? So, it's an A330 for starters, quite Drawyah. It's an A330, it's an aircraft we've not really had in flight sim before. New cockpits, all updated to look like a 330. For example, we've got the lighting panel adjusted, so it's not... In the 320, the lighting panel is on this back bit here, 330 is extended. New window frames and window hooky bits and all that kind of stuff. Also, new throttle lever, that's adjusted to look like the real thing as well. It's all been rebuilt, all been nicely modified to look like and feel like an A330. I've not used the 3.1 ton, so I really can't say much about it. I like FlightControlReplay, I've got no problems with it. But I can't recommend something I've not actually used. I'd rather play with it at some stage and then give an honest recommendation about it. Down below is Chennai Airport, an airport we've done 2 streams out of. We did our first Indian flight from Chennai to Goa, which is not in Maharashtra, and then we did the second flight a couple of weeks ago from Sri Lanka, from Colombo to Chennai. So welcome to India. It feels good, Roger up, yes. So they have tweaks to flight dynamics and fuel flow, fuel burn, that kind of stuff to match that of the A330, and it does feel good to fly. It does feel good to fly. Landing as well, definitely is rather good. And I'll say, working from home at all. Working from home as I have been for the last couple of weeks. FlightControlReplay, nothing needs for connecting, Tom. It's just Sim Connect, which is built into Microsoft Flight Sim. Just good old Sim Connect. We're still looking at around 4 o'clock arrival time, 5 past 4 UK time. Yeah, no worries, Willie. I mean, I'm not a fan of that Radox 73 Max. Feel free to have your complaints. Yes, the tour does have wing views. You get wing views in the aeroplane. Goes to Betsy with an update. There's been a couple of scenery updates and graphics in the last couple of weeks, quite Draven. I mean, the big one has to be the clouds, so they've fixed the pixelation, they fixed the graininess of the clouds, so 2 things that have been improved on that. And I think the lighting has seen a slight tweak as well, especially high altitude. Just small things that have definitely been updated. It does still look good, this. It does look very good indeed. I wonder if behind, is that still A320 cockpits? Yeah, behind still 320, but yeah, jump seats just over here. Very small little jump seat this. Not sure how you can fit behind the pilot's back, but it's, well, it is possible, just not much in terms of leg room. FlyByWire Mumbai, I'm not sure. I don't think we do. I think we fly slightly to the north of actually no, I take that back. Yes, we do FlyByWire Mumbai. I don't think we have so much on a waypoint over the airport. Might like Victor to Dagny. If you have a look at the routing, 2 seconds. I don't think we go so much over Mumbai. We'll see it out the window. We do see it out the window. But it's kind of more of a altitude flyby than anything else. X-Plane's flight dynamics I do like, Charlie. X-Plane's flight dynamics are fantastic. Microsoft Flight Sim, visually, it's the thing sim. Right now flying over Chennai in India. 50 Brad, flying over Chennai in India. You can use the pinned comments IVAO website link to track our flights on the map. How do you get into the IVAO website map? Using the IVAO client, John. Use the IVAO altitude client to hook you up to the IVAO map. We're at Unicorn 122.8. We had some ATC on the way out of Singapore, but at the moment we're working a bit quieter now. How do you go bossing in a long time? Well, by taking breaks, Andrew. By taking breaks throughout. I've not seen any flat points of interest, no. Marriott Edinburgh, I'll have a look at that. I've not had no issues with the UK update. Because if you own the Orbex London City pack, there's now an update for that as well, compatible with the UK updates. But I've not personally noticed an issue with that at all. I'll have a look though tonight. Before we do our interview, I'll take note of that. Let's have a look at Murrayfield. How do you flex temp? You use a calculator, Alex. So for the A330, I'm using an odd X-Plane 11 tool. For the JAR 330, same thing applies. Both Airbus A330s both use the same numbers for calculation. Where do you put ILS frequencies? In the FMS. So you go to the FMS, go to the radio navigation page, and then the landing system is this line here, and then this is where you put the frequency. The A320 stroke A330, the radio navigation page, stick into that. Don't know about FSX plugins, Brian. This is a Microsoft Flight Simulator. Longest flights I've been on in real life is a flight from London Luton to Athens. Flew with Ryanair back in May of 2019. It was 4.5 hours of flying that day, including go around at Athens. It should have been a trip to New York. Should have flown the British Airways 747s to New York, but that trip got cancelled due to COVID, and then British Airways subsequently retired the aeroplanes. So I had the ticket in my hand. Should have flown 74. Sadly, that got taken away from me within a couple of weeks of that travel date. No, I'm not sure then. I'll have a look at it tonight, but I'm fairly sure. All the points of interest I've seen so far in Flight Sim, I've had no problems with so far. Not too bad, Oliver. Not doing too bad. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Game Mr. 747 was the first one he ever went on. Lucky you were, 50/50 breads. You started off with peak, it's only down from there, I guess. Now, so the hope is to try and fly Lufthansa at some stage. When they start their New York routes again next year, try and fly the Lufthansa 747 over to New York. Yes, we're currently over India, just passed through Chennai now. And fly just to the south of Mumbai, and then carry on towards the Middle East. Oh yeah, I've seen if it was Willie because I'm a Chelsea fan. I've flown a couple of flights over Stamford Bridge in London. That's all there. That's all looking pretty good. My only suggestion then, because you say you've deleted your cache and you've reinstalled the add-on, my only suggestion would then be... I mean, that's the thing, I can't think of it. Go to your content manager and check the content manager if everything's downloaded properly there. For updates if you need to. That's the only thing I can really suggest. Check the content manager and see if that potentially shows as to why something that's not working. Supposed to fly on the A380 from Manchester to Dubai. Cancel 6 days before you meant to go. Never more disappointed in your life than you're able to do it again. To be fair, Dubai is not the most expensive place to get to. Emirates tickets, they are luxury, but then again, they're not super expensive. I think price-wise, they're about the same for like a London to New York trip, so it's actually possible, especially given the 330 has got a couple more years left. 747's now end of life, apart from cargo routes obviously, but the A380 has got a good maybe 10-15 years left before when the major carriers do start retiring them. That is true. Yeah, I'm afraid that I've got no suggestions how to fix that UK updates. I'll have a think. I'll have a play around with it later as well. A little bit turbulence there, nothing too major. You must give your family when you're older. No, trust me, Charlie. When you're older, once you've got a job, once you're working, I'm sure you'll have the finances for it. Pardon me. 748s, yes, but only cargo variants 50-50 bread. So the last passenger plane was delivered to Korea about a year ago now. You can't order any more 747s. They're now clearing out the backlog, and then when the last one's been built for 2022, I believe, then 747 will be retired. So it's just cargo orders left now to fill. No more passenger ones. It's not a strange late spawn for Clouds, Charlie. It's just downloading the data from the METAR source. It takes about 2 or 3 seconds. That's fine. Not doing too bad, Edo. Not doing too bad. Welcome back. Team flight from Miami to Dublin using Air Delivery. Very nice, Kieran. Hope you're enjoying delivery. I went back into the delivery fast for the 330 Aer Lingus one I did, and I'm fairly sure I've got all the details now covered. I'll have to maybe look at it one more time, kind of just in case. I may have missed something, but I think for the most part now I have got that livery rather well covered. Heathrow to Dubai is around 700 each person, really? Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. Let's go to Kayak. To flights. Turn trip from, I'll say London because I live in London myself, but you can also search Manchester yourself. Going to Dubai. We'll say, cause they changed the way you do it. This, how do you do it? So you do it through the map, sorry. Let's go. So London. Select Dubai as the destination. And data, because of Wi-Fi, of course, would be better. Heavy the streaming. Hit Google. That's on the other screen. London to Dubai. 28 to the 4th. There you go. We fly Qatar for 322 to Dubai. Stop over in, oh, well, we'll end today. By British Airways actually. We fly 6 hours British Airways 777 to Hamad. Stay over for 2 hours, and then it's a 1 hour trip in the A350 to Dubai in Qatar colours. We've got the option to fly same routes with those 777 or off an A350 overnight flights. Gulf Air do a stopover in Bahrain, 787 A321. Not super expensive. The tickets go via Frankfurt, go via Volanta A330, Lufthansa. 200-ish quid. I'll go to Kayak. I know the Kayak mobile app I much prefer over the website. No, don't sign, sorry, I'll go to flights. There you go, to London, to Dubai. You search for a thank you there. Whoops, hang on, give me a second to get that. Thank you, Charlie, for the 5 Australian there. Thanks to help people get out most great platform. Cheers, mate. No worries, man. Always happy to help. Always happy to give you guys tutorials, tips, and tweaks in how to get the sim running to its best. Let's have a look from maybe. Have a look for next year, in fact, because this year I think travel's a bit of a write-off, I must admit. I'll say mid-January for next year. We'll go for 6 to 8 nights. Looking at 4 weeks. Let's have a search. No worries. Talk to you later. We'll have our chat tonight. Must be within 308 days today. Come on. Bit too far. Okay, we'll go for an October trip then. Such. Yes, we're using green screen 50/50 bread. I bet it just gives me no results. This is why I prefer the mobile app for kayaks. Kayak mobile app, so much easier, so much better. There we go. Alright, so we only want direct flights, no stopovers. And we want to fly in Emirates. Aircraft. I'll show you 380 there, but they own the other ones then. Right, so looking at around 388. Okay, whoops, 388 return. Flying in Emirates. On board the A380, there you go. So it's about just under 400 per person. Emirates A380. 7 hours direct. All that. If I do a search from London to New York, that's where things get a little bit more fun. So I say I want to fly 747 to New York, but sadly I'm going to do that direct, so I may just have to do a trip via Frankfurt and fly the Lufthansa there instead. Let's have a look. So, airlines, aircraft, there are loads. Actually, trips. A350 or 787. I'll probably search for the other cabins. There we go. 747 only. How's that look? So I've got October, November. What have you found for us? You fly to... There you go, via Frankfurt. So the outbound will be a trip from London to Zurich, fly the British Airways A320. Sorry, by Swiss, by Swiss A320, and then Swiss A330 over to Newark. The return trip is JFK to Frankfurt, Lufthansa 748, and then the Lufthansa 321 back to Heathrow. So it's possible, I just have to fly via Frankfurt in Lufthansa, the 748. That's for the 10th of November this year. I'm not going to do this year. This year is a bit of a write-off for any international travel. But next year, I do have hopes for it. There's one aircraft that I do want to fly, but sadly I think that's now completely out of the picture. The flight from Moscow to Izhevsk. I don't know if they still do it or not, so I'll have a quick check. Not going to show it, is it? Well, they will show it, it just won't. Yeah, 737, 737. The airline has to be Izhevsk. Any translates? No, thank you. Right, so if I was going to do flights from Moscow to Izhevsk, flight in March, April, May, June. We'll go for a more recent day, I guess. So March 6th to March 7th. One passenger search. Do they still offer it? No, they didn't find those dates. Okay, so I'll go for the 7th to the 8th. Oh, they still have it. So they have got the Yakolev 42 still operating these routes. The Yakolev 42. 77800. Yakolev 42. So actually, it's Harvey who still operates the Yakolev 42. It's just not quite as common as it used to be. Why Bing? Because I'm on Edge right now. Whenever I stream, I use Edge. Whenever I'm not streaming, I use Firefox because Edge is just very good for the CPU. It's not heavy at all, so it's just kind of, it's easier to stream with Edge. But yeah, if I get myself a trip on the Yak 42 with Izhevsk, I'll be very happy indeed. Oops. Again, that's one for the future if I ever get myself into Moscow. Doha is the capital of Qatar. By the way, the cheapest way to get to Dubai is to fly. It's £202, sorry, £200 return even, so actually slightly cheaper. £200 return, you fly a Ryanair 737 from Stansted to Milan. And from Milan you take a Turkish Airlines 737 to Istanbul, and then another Turkish 737 over to Istanbul. And the return trip is flying Wizz Air from Dubai to Sofia, and then from Sofia you fly Ryanair to London. £200 return, Dubai. Cheap, but you don't exactly fly the luxury route, you take the low cost route. I can't sweet. Cheers to that, Philip. You can thank my mother for that. Hopefully, next time we'll have proper barbers open, so I can actually get a bit more stylistic rather than just short back and sides. So one thing I can't wait to open is barbers. Yes, Justin, their version is more than safe to use. The A330NX. In fact, I'd say it's better than the standard version. I do enjoy Euro trucks. I don't use it much these days, but I do enjoy it. And I'm not a pilot. No, I'm not. The truck does a good job. Well, if you enjoy it, then go for it. Do what you enjoy. No, I'm not using Doha scenery. It's all defaults scenery today. All defaults. Uh, 787 A350. Well, the 787 is a different market entirely for that 50/50 spreads. The 787s for medium capacity long haul, 777 A350 both for high capacity long haul. So you're giving me three different aeroplanes there. Can't really compare between. Mouse is just a standard Dell OEM mouse from 2009. 2008 even actually. I've not seen the A319 coming this week. Who's developing it, Flake? Who's developing it? I'll have another break shortly, Kingslayer. Stick around for now. Just over halfway there, I believe. Now, yes, we are 52% of the way there. I'll have a break later on. Yeah, you think it's 350? Who's the developer, Flake? Who's the developer? No Hackle. There's no wing flex yet on the A350. Do I have a pinky ring? Not that I know of. How much longer? We got another 4 hours and 2 minutes to go left. 4 hours and 2 minutes. But according to the ETA at the top, there was about 3 hours to Doha right now. So far so good, Preston. Passenger satisfaction's looking pretty good. And yeah, overall, so far so good. Good. I do have a pinky ring. What's a pinky ring? What's a pinky ring? You have to tell me. FlyByWire have not made mention of A330, Alex. The only aircraft they're doing is the A320 and the A380. Yeah, ignore the airspeed, MCorp. That's just a glitch with the A32NX on the A330. Everything else seems to work alright, it's just the airspeed ticker that doesn't... Well, it's not even the airspeed ticker, the airspeed ticker's fine, it's just the overspeed marker that's in the wrong place. Everything else is alright, just that not quite working. A ring on your pinky finger. You're gonna have to be more descriptive than that, I'm not quite sure what that is. A pinky ring is a symbol of graduating with a degree in that field. Graduates wear this ring, dominant hand. 90%. Graduating with a degree in that field. I've not been to university for starters. I went to college. I'm not quite sure what the yeah, so I've not. No, I've not. The approach was setting runway, well, on paper it was runway 34 right, but I've been told to do runway 16 instead, so based on the winds on the approach we'll change me to 16. I'll see how it goes. 16 what people were telling me to do. 34's on paper. It's an American thing, fair enough. Doesn't seem like the 330 doesn't work with the A32NX well. Like I said, Flip, there's a mod that enables it. There's only one issue with the mod, but it does work. It does work no problem. Doing the fancy updated NCDU. I've not watched WandaVision, no. I've seen a few clips of it. I've seen that they brought back Quicksilver from the Sony era to replace the now dead Marvel Quicksilver. It's the 787-10 similar to 350. The 787-10 is close to an A350. I think it's a 900. Hang on. Yeah, so... minutes. Yeah, so you got to remember that the A787-10 has a capacity of 256 passengers. A350-900 has a capacity of minimum of 300. If Airbus did the 800, that would have been the same family or same kind of range, so 253 passengers compared to the 256. But the A350-800 never happened. It got cancelled. So yeah, short answer, no. The 787 and A350 are in two completely different markets. How do I approach the MCDU? It's easy, and I've done a tutorial on it, and so I'd say watch the tutorial. Easiest way to learn. I will do explain again on stage, Preston, yes. I have got plans for explain, don't you worry. The mod is on FlightSim 2, free to download on FlightSim 2, the A32NX compatibility mod. I prefer yoke, Yak, I do prefer yoke, but my desk is too small to fit one, and therefore I just have to use a side stick for now, but at some stage once I get like a bit more room, I guess, I'll go for like a dual system. I'll have a yoke, stick, throttle, something I can kind of switch between on the aircraft I fly. What's the difference between Microsoft Flight Sim and X-Plane Sim? Lots. Adds lots. I've done a video on that, a comparison between FSX X-Plane, sorry, P3D X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Sim. That is probably the best place to get like a more of an in-depth comparison between the three different sims. There's a lot that's different, from systems to modelling to graphics, so much different between different platforms. The fuel calculations are compatible with the A330, Hakao, yes, they are compatible with the A330. Yeah, like, if you're not going to test the developer, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disregard that as just hearsay. It's not news, it's just you saying that there's an A319 on the way. I'll tell you the developer, there's nothing I can really do about that. No Tyro, this is IVAO, not that sim, this is IVAO. I don't use Navigraph no hits. I do not use Navigraph. Yeah, so far so good, Rust Bucket. So far so good. How are you doing? Hopefully keeping well. And yes, we are using live weather right now. Let's watch the video ads. Let's watch the video for comparing different flight sims. What's the coffee cockpit? Well, no coffee in this one, I'm afraid. I think the, well, it kind of has a cup holder. It's a square-shaped holder in the 330. There's not much in the way of cup holders in this aeroplane. Plane's landing in 3 hours and 55 minutes. Zide, 3 hours and 55 minutes. Volanta, very nice hits. The air track on Volanta. Currently around central India, just to the south of Hyderabad. Yes, they can fly just to the south of Mumbai. We'll probably spot it out the window in distance. We're not going to be really over the city. Yeah, not sure about that, Tom. I'm afraid if you've removed it and it's not compatible, you have now broken it forever. I'm afraid, on your part, that's a loss, because no compatibility mods, it either just works or it doesn't work. Time in Qatar. Let's have a Google, shall we? It's currently 3:57 PM in Qatar. 3:57 PM. Waiting for NSF. Which one's that, Sable? Which one's NSF? I know that Aerosoft are working on an A320 and a CRJ. I've seen no mention of an Aerosoft 21, 18, 19 or 330. Anyone I've seen is a 320, Jack. I've had a look for it, Amen, I couldn't find it. I had a search on FlightSim 2 for Doha. Oh, apart from that one maybe. Okay, I'll download it. Who knows if it will work on the fly. It's not technically loaded scenery up there yet. So there's a chance that if I add it, it may load it later on. Only one way to find out, I guess. Only one way to find out. Comes out this summer, Sable. Comes out this summer for Xbox Series X. Yeah, or it might crash the sim. If it crashes the sim, we'll just load back in and land it like we normally do. I've not had issues with the replay yet, no JJ Flights. I've not had an issue with the replay yet. We'll give it a go now on this flight, see if what goes wrong. But I've not noticed too many problems with it. We're now with India, Jingar, currently flying over India. Flight me obviously flight 320, you enjoy it 50 spread. It's good that that craft do very much enjoy flying it. Have a look, shall we? Moment of truth. So, not program files on games, most flights in community. Doha, that's that. Drag and drop. Let's see. Either the sim will crash, the scenery will not load, or scenery will load, and we can just live a happy, happy life. Who knows? Who knows? I'm enjoying it. As Gurkash, I'm very much enjoying the 330. Long haul pretty well at the moment, no complaints there. Seems to be alright. I fly with a standard 1080p 16:9 size monitor shortkey. I don't think I'll get an ultra wide because 1, I think they're too wide, and 2, for streaming, it's a bit awkward that you're flying on a 16:9 setup with a monitor that kind of stretches all the way to the sides. It doesn't quite work, so I don't think I'll go ultra wide, no. Right, Doha's installed now. Let's see, what's the worst that can happen? Unicom has been a bit quiet at the moment. Then again, it is a Friday. People are currently at work rather than flying. Currently 755 people online right now, so they're going up. They're going up. Friday, most people are at work, apart from maybe Europe, where it's still very busy as always. I've got, well, their centre over the UAE right now. I will not be speaking to their centre. We're going to fly around north through. This happening as well. Can't fly over the UAE airspace, you have to fly around the UAE, then under to Doha. That's a good extra couple of hours to your flight plan, because, well, around Qatar, the airspace is closed. You can't fly around. You can't fly through the UAE. You can't fly through Saudi Arabia. You have to fly around it to get there. I don't think I've over Baghdad as well. You have to kind of go around Iran and then into land. Fewer conflicts in the area. As a result, the airspace has been closed. The aircraft coming from Munich, about 10 minutes after us, so probably speed them on frequency. How to landing? 3 hours and 48 minutes. 3:48 to landing.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in the feedback for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional
did it reopen in the end? I thought the airspace was still closed. Interesting. Because our flight plan, if I show you a map, Our flight plan does avoid said airspace. The flight to the north use Alden as a point to go around the Abu Dhabi and Dubai. In fact, you can see the palm trees in the water there. Very nice. So you go north around Abu Dhabi, over Dubai, and then at Qatar. Didn't realise they opened the airspace again. I can use after this, I guess. Very nice. No release date yet, Austrian Mega. There's no release date yet for the A380. I will fly it when it releases, yes. The flights from Gatwick to Abu Dhabi. Very nice. How was it? How did it go? There's no news on a free 777 or 787 yet, Jack. The only 787 at the moment is for the Premium Deluxe Edition. Also, we have the Quality Wings making the 787. That'll be a pay-aware on release. 777, there's the Pinpoint Simulations 777 on the way, but that is still early days, and just a case of seeing how it all comes together. A dumb question, but I assume flights in and out of the UAE exempt from this. As far as I'm aware, Mohit, there are no flights between... Actually, there must be. There must be. Because we looked at that Qatar flight earlier, so I can imagine then, yeah, so flights between Abu Dhabi and Doha... Sorry, between the UAE and Qatar are exempt. They're willing to fly between airspace. But... they can't fly the non-direct flights, they have to fly around basically. If the airspace is now reopened, I can imagine that's going to be slightly different for the future flights. So we'll stick to our current flight plan for now. And next time we fly, maybe have a look at the airspace regulations around that. In real life or in sim, Joel, Cessna? I've not done a Cessna specifically, but I have done a few light aircraft flights in the past. And a few microlights. I've done some gliding as well. Gliding back in March, just before the world went into lockdown. Will I be doing a stream later? Probably not, Owen. Probably not. This will be my own stream for Friday. Tomorrow doing long haul again, 330, flying from Gatwick to Barbados. And then on Sunday, we'll do more standard A320 short haul flights. Yes, A330 been developed by FlyByWire, Daniel. A couple of times. So the airspace reopened 2 months ago, and flights from Doha to all states in UAE have now been resumed. Okay, interesting. So, how about the conflicts there? I can't remember what the conflict was about. I believe it was Qatar ended diplomatic ties with Kuwait. This was a couple of years ago now, like 2012, 2013, but Qatar ended relations with another country, and as a result, all of the Middle East countries kind of turned its back on Qatar. There's now a half-built canal which was going to turn Qatar into an island separate from the rest of the Middle East. I can't remember what it was even about, but I didn't realise they'd actually now... I'm going to do my research on that tonight. I'm going to do my research on that, because I remember the big row when it first became a thing. I didn't realise they'd actually fixed everything again. We don't talk about Airbus Studio's flight simulator because it's pirated. The people who use it and support it are scum. So I will not be using Airbus designs, I will not be using Brainlock 3D. Those are two developers I will not be touching ever. Right, so conflict has something to do with Qatar funding terrorism, so most GCC countries axe ties, other countries cut ties to Qatar as opposed to vice versa. Right, okay. Interesting. So your tune in New Zealand, Arab Gulf country. Hang on. Other countries outside, so Qatar, so yeah, Qatar I know was isolated on their own for a long time. And I know the UAE are building a canal to kind of separate Qatar, turn it into an island. So that was one for the research books, I think. I'll have read that later. Better GPU. Actually, depends on your... Look at the limitations, Kingslayer. See what one's causing your bottleneck and upgrade that. It'll be different per sim. The Alpha Jets. No, Angel, I've not tried the Alpha Jets, no. Suppose agrees that among the goals says to resume. Okay, so they have resumed relations, have they? They are now back in talks. Okay, I'll interesting. At the fire conference in Saudi Arabia. Interesting, okay. Cheers for that. Thank you for the local news. You've flown Qatar 380 from Sydney to Doha as for the Etihad Emirates. Qatar always had the best economy class and relaxation. Very nice. What do you mean Tunisia? We're not doing a trip to Tunisia. Ah, okay, that makes sense, Armin. So, Qatar was the only country that had relations with Iran when everybody else didn't have relations. Okay, I'm sure the Wikipedias will have a bit more information about how it all comes together. Link for a PC. Think about Ryzen 5 36 with an RTX 3060 Ti. You can get the RTX 3060 with 32 gigs. I hope you realise, Kingslayer, that a 3060 Ti is better than the standard 3060. If you were going to buy a 3060, you'd actually be downgrading your system. So if that's your choice, buy the RAM. Don't downgrade your GPU. Titanium series NVIDIA cards are better than the standard NVIDIA cards. Yes, Flight in 2020 is a peaceful world with no problems. There's no viruses, there's no war, there's no conflicts. It's a peaceful world where everybody flies happy. We're using IVAO ATC, Carl. We're using IVAO ATC. There's more than one ATC network, you know? There's more than one. And IVAO I find better in a lot of cases. See, I was slightly overspeeding again. You speed to Mach 182 there for whatever reason. It does do that still sometimes, it just kind of changes the speed on its own, regardless of pilot inputs. All you do is just tuck it back down again, back to Mach 181. You missed flying in real life. 20th July 2019 was the last one. My last flight was in October of 2020, so I did have one trip somewhat recently. We count ourselves fortunate for that. But yeah, for a lot of people it's been a long time since travel was really an option. My last flight was Berlin to Heathrow, Well, in Tegel, in fact. I flew to Tegel about 2-3 weeks before it closed. One of the last few flights out of that airport. Everything now out of Schonenfeld, not Schonenfeld, sorry, that closed as well. Brandenburg instead. How she's done and study. You never need to study AvGeek. You just got to kind of learn the basics. Join a network, go into what's it called? Into spectator mode, and kind of just listen in, have a learn, see how it all goes together. The fast flight was in 2017 to Palma de Mallorca. I mean, the longest time I've gone without a flight in the last couple of years is probably, well, for a long time I was doing one flight, well, 2 flights a year, so London to Poland, Poland to London, so a return trip to Poland every summer. But since 2018, I'm doing a lot more independent travelling around Europe, so low-cost airlines, day trips, weekend trips, whatever. So the longest time I've gone without without flying is probably 6 months. Actually, no, hang on. So I flew in March, so April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So 7 months between March and October. 7 months without a trip. Well, this time I can imagine it'll be a little bit longer if I even go out anywhere in 2021. I flew to Virgin Atlantic. Who's the 4600? Very nice. Ready to Heathrow. Yeah, I can imagine that the aircraft is much longer than that. We'll still stay coasting around flight level 400. Some small bumps as the air pressure does change, but for the most part, alright. Flight today, 8 hours and 40 minutes. 8 hours and 40 minutes. Sorry, 7 hours 40 minutes. Tomorrow, 8 hours 40 minutes. Today, it's 7 hours from Singapore to Doha. I've been to Stockholm, yes. I've been to Stockholm. The airport wasn't in Stockholm. The airport was in Nyköping, and then I took the train to Stockholm. Yeah, spent a weekend there. It's a nice enough country. The Max Burger, pretty good. Yes, once again, this is a mod. This is the Airbus A330 mod from Projects Megapack we're using right now. Bodybuilding, not a sport I'm particularly interested in, Charles. The 330 get off the Megapack Discord server North Shore. It released on Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember now. It released earlier this week, and it's free to download on the Megapack Discord server. I've not had a fire pop, no. Not now I recognise. I've downloaded FreeOS scenery for it, Hugh, but I don't know if it's going to work or not, given that I downloaded it quite last minute, halfway through this flight. So it might be default scenery, it might be modded, I cannot say yet, because I downloaded it after I'd loaded the sim. So we'll have to wait and see when we get there, I guess. Cockpit, looks like so ignoring the glitch there, which is going to be fixed, Looks like a 330, so you've got your lighting panel's been extended rather than against the thing there. You've got window frames, that's all been built up. Customer throttle units. New textures, does look rather good. No complaints there, I'd say. It's like a 330 cockpit. Yep, there's the UAE behind us. There's an Emirates airline going to Doha as well. 1092. Well, they're landing about 40 minutes after us, so we'll keep an eye out for them. Graphics card running a 1660, Daniel, a GTX 1660. We're just about to leave India now. Not too far from the coastline. I think I may go take my next break shortly. Because between India and the Middle East, there's really not much for us to look at. Go to the map. We'll fly over the Arabian Sea, Qatar to the north over Dubai and into Qatar. You're flying to Jinnah, very nice. Yeah, for some reason my flight plan got imported. Tried importing it. Settings, edit routes. Add a flight plan import from SimBrief, but it just doesn't show waypoint for some reason. That's now going to remove my airports there. Import from IVAO. Here's the airports. Still no routing, very strange. Map settings, okay, let's have a look. The planned routes on, it should be visible. Look on another airline, it shows their routing alright. It's just my routes. Let's pair. I've seen a few onboard HD videos, Charlie Greenwood. One of my favourite search channels is going to be Noel Phillips. He does like the side handle. Whoa, that's what it's like in real life, Corey. That's the window handle for the A330. I like in real life. This is the Premium Deluxe Edition, Joel, installed. This is the Premium Deluxe Edition. Yes, 1-0 Chelsea. Very pleased with the results. No complaints there. Could have been 2, but VAR had to say offside. He's still around. Also, Charles, it's a male, not a female. His name is Dan. He is around, he just doesn't chat so much, but I do see him on Discord a few times. I think so, Brandon. I do like IVAO. Right, so I'm now going to take my second break. The next time you see me will be during, well, about an hour or so before top of descent. So I'll plan the arrival in, we'll get that all done on paper, and then we'll start our descent into Doha. But like I say, so far so good. Next time you see me will be during descent. In a bit. Just one little comment. Echo. Asking a 30-year captain what I stand for, really the best topic. Go there. How you doing, Alex? Welcome channel, welcome to the chat. Currently the thumbnails for upcoming videos to upload. Microsoft Flight Simulator Ways Nemo. I've had this for a little while, Twisty. I've had it for a little while. I've only just realised. Welcome Danny, how you doing? I'm Chad's Chats, how are you today? I know GFS, yes. Do you know it? Don't necessarily use it. Tonight, well, I've done my flying today at Trenton World, Greater Network Southeast delivery for the new Class 465. Thoroughly enjoying that train, thoroughly enjoying it indeed. How much longer? 3 hours and 13 minutes. 3 hours and 13 minutes. Yep, satisfaction very good, 100%. Absolutely no complaints here. Now it's time to doubt Alex is piloting that. Can't fly from multiple airlines at the same time. American United. Cost index, I believe it was 72, 73, wasn't it? Well, it's reset itself. It might reset itself because I changed that, but yes. No, sorry, 10. Sorry, because it says same. Cosnex is 10. And today, sorry, I'm thinking Flex Temp 73. Cosnex is 10 today. Yeah, if you're around, Danny, feel free to have a chat. Welcome. How are you doing? And again, that was a service. I'm trying to think back to the train sim mod routes and services now. And scenarios did. The thumbnails. I think fitting in was a turn journey. I can't remember where though to. Filling. Nice, it was Gravesend to Gillingham, wasn't it? Toronto Rays 119, very nice. I'm not sure we'll be speaking to them on the trip today. Actually, that being said, maybe we will do. Maybe we will do, because we do kind of fly in and around their airspace. But it's very borderline, that. Very borderline. But we'll have a look. We can change their frequency. If they reject us, then we'll just say, okay, now it's back to Unicon. Just over halfway there, Ryan. We are 65% of the way there. Just over halfway. Not too bad, Jackson. Not doing too bad. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chats. Just uploading a few videos for later. Not the right one. It says Manius. Makes sense. Yes, just uploading a few videos for later. few premieres, all that kind of stuff around the release of new Train Sim World routes. It's a bit of fun to do. Doha time, not sure, Ryan. About close to 5 PM now. About 7-8 PM landing Doha time, 7-8 PM. I've made a mistake, have I? I think I have done. PM. And schedule. Yeah, to be honest, not wet since I'm landing today, so definitely a bit stormy. Which story, Alex, did you tell? I've done a tutorial on the conduct setup editor. I'd recommend watching that rather than going through the middle of the live stream. I've done a tutorial on the setup of the FMS. Yes, standard version of the A330, released on Tuesday this. Yeah, 100 satisfaction. Cannot fault this flight at the moment, passengers are looking very happy indeed. $231 people on board today. 231 passengers, so got a few empty seats dotted around. For the most part, aircraft around the well filled. Cabin looking very good, all green, no complaints today. Nice high view, no problem, Emery. Not much to really see apart from just water at the moment. Got India in the background there, slowly going out of view now. Virgin anti-delivery, you can get off Flight Sim Lot 2, Benny. Flight Sim Lot 2. Yeah, to be fair, I've got doubts that Alex is a pilot too. I mean, if he doesn't play Microsoft Flight Sim, I don't know what's that to do with being a pilot or not. But apparently he works for both American Airlines and United, which is a skill in itself, working for 2 airlines at once. There doesn't seem to be typewriter or anything, so yeah, that's, like I say, I have my doubts. We have both terrain and flight centre on. Tehran and Emirates, very nice. And so luckily I'll be speaking to Tehran radar because they're the airspace you can fly in. Well, based on this flight plan, we're going to go via Tehran. But we'll see how it all goes as the aircraft slowly approaches. You fly the 777, 320 and 330. I've got my doubts about that. I do have my doubts. The flap fix does now help. Well, there's no need for flap sync anymore, Travelographer, because they've now fixed the flap issue Microsoft Flight Sim. The hotfix on Thursday has updated the flight dynamics, and it now seems to work alright. Yeah, there is Alex. There's no need for you to tell us your lies, don't you worry. Warhawk, welcome back. It's just the so let's say for the videos I've done for Train Sim World, these are next to. I'm not quite sure how I've done the thumbnails for. What any footage train in motion for external. Oh yeah, we kind of do. How does it look though? That's the lighting. That's external. Good point, Benny. It's a very good point. You fly for American Airlines and United, but neither of those airlines have an Airbus A330 in their fleets. So I'm not quite sure how you've got your 330 type rating, if you know what type rating is. Good spot there, Benny. A very good sleuth of the mind. The only airline you'll be getting behind controls of at this rate will be PIA. You may be done, Alex, but we're sadly not. We're all enjoying this now. Who else wants to poke holes into the story. You don't want to continue? Well, we want to, Alex. You're the one who wants to say it so much. We want to hear it all. There's a mod that adds the asynchronous cockpit, Kishan. There is a mod that adds compatibility. But we are using the mod right now. It doesn't work rather well. Yeah, no complaints from my part there. Yeah, no worries, Danny. Feel free to chat, no problems at all. You're always welcome on the channel. Yeah, so I have my interview. Well, the interview won't be broadcast today, but we're going to pre-record it, basically. We're going to record it today and then broadcast it in a week. You're sad? You're not sad. Well, yeah, you are sad, Alex. You're also a liar. Lying gets you nowhere in life. And again, you're meant to be a 50-year-old here, so I'd check your grammar if I were you. Alex is lying about the fact he's a pilot. He's come up with this great big story. But unfortunately for him, the story's full of holes, things that don't add up and makes no sense. One more done, and to be done. Yeah. Goodbye, Alex. And fun talking to you. Not. Tea for me, coastline up. I'm more of a tea person than coffee. I've got one more of these few thumbnails to do. Done. Just about see land ahead of us. Big gap in there for some water there, right there. That. And through next. Good fast match performance. Sure thinking so that. I'll do that in 2 seconds for you. So CPU coasting around 70-80%. I mean, I'm running in the background. I'm running Photoshop, Firefox, a bit more than I normally do right now. So yeah, Photoshop's open, Firefox is open. And a few tasks in the background while I do this. So CPU 64%, 68, 71. Kind of jumps around 60s, 70s. My RAM currently using about 15 gigs of 32 gigs. Wi-Fi running relatively stable. No problem there. Then GPU, about 55% for the 3D, using about 4 gigs of the, or even 4.8 gigs of the 66 of VRAM. In the video encoding, the rendering OBS, using about 10% of that. And about 70 degrees centigrade right now. Not terrible. Just running quite stable at the moment. Nothing's happened, Rodrigo. Nothing's happened. Plenty of crews. With quiet at the moment. How you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. I've actually got any thumbnail opportunities for this last video. If not, another one later. Sure I did actually. The station. That'll do. Alex was lying to people about several different things. So it got annoying, so I thought it was best to just quietly remove him. I've been requested to say hello to Josh, TPC at Denim. So, hello Josh. How you doing? Managed to keep my brother in the air somehow. Fair play to you. Livery is from FlightControlReplay 2, I am. Delivery for Qatar, FlightControlReplay 2. Also, plus the Mega Pack as well, so you can download it through that. Very interesting land there, Chalky. I mean, 330 is known to be quite a soft lander, and so I wouldn't say it's a fluke. It's probably spot on with that kind of aircraft. That's not quite working that thumbnail. I'm taking, well, videos at night. It's not always easy to find kind of the right screenshot opportunity for it. That might work. Ah, perfect. That might do it for me. So I'm doing a few premieres for Train Sim World. Maybe I've got kind of the right things for that. Last scenario, which is so dark outside. Right size for that. That may do it. May indeed do it. Perfect. Right, all Train Sim World stuff now are uploaded and scheduled for the weekend. So that now should fill out the videos quite nicely. Schedule will be for Monday, 6 PM, and go. Right, back to Flight Sim. In terms of distance left, we've got 975 miles to go now. 975 miles. aircraft still doing us alright. Looks like no problems. I need to check quickly the, yeah, so it's at Doha. We step climb to flight level 400, so another couple of miles left. Then we climb to 40,000 feet. What advice do you get someone doing the GCSEs? I mean, my GCSEs were a couple of years ago now. They were back in 2016. I mean, just keep at it. Don't give up. They're not always the easiest, but at the end of the day, do what you know you can do. And if it doesn't quite go to plan, don't be disappointed, as there's always loads of opportunities that's led for you at the end of it. Focus, learn it, but do know that it's not the end of the world, regardless of how it all goes together. Don't use a yoke, Luke. I use a stick. I use the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog for flying. I use the HOTAS Warthog. Altitude is right now flight level 380. 380 flight level right now. You think you're 17 miles behind me. Let's have a look at the webeye, shall we? The only aircraft around us, you've got a Qatar 8341 77 Whiskey flying to Doha. Got myself, and then you've also got an aircraft behind us, also flying to Doha. They're at flight level 360, 38, and 340. Yeah, I've got no issues with altitude around me. We're doing alright for distancing at the moment. And like I say, we're going to climb further later on anyway, so we'll be well above everyone else. I'm not sure how long he's blocked for. There's only a temporary mute that, so he'll be able to take a talk again soon. Only a temporary mute, that's not a complete ban. I only ban when things are particularly nasty. Mutes I'll do for general kind of nonsense. The meter, shall we? Hopefully it works. Normally it does. We shall see. There we go. So right now we're looking at 340 at 22 knot winds, which does make runway 34 the better option. That sticks around. As much as I'd like to do 16, if the weather is that bad, best not to risk it. We'll do a 3-4 today. 9 visibilities, sorry, 9 kilometers visibility. 12 degrees, sorry, 20 degrees centigrade, 2.12, H1015. Yes, so I've seen they've updated the A330NX compatibility mod now, and the speed bug should be fixed. So tomorrow, on our Barbados flights, that will be fixed. No more issue with that. We are on autopilot, yes sir, Divian. Shoot, we are using autopilots. London Paris we'll see, Danny. We shall see. What's the boarding time? So I think boarding offsets to fast, I think. Let me double check. PACX is set to short boarding time. Not instant, not realistic, just short. As much as I'd like to do realistic, the IRS is fine, it's like 7-8 minutes. Realistic, that's like 40 minutes of boarding. And, well, I'm not a fan of sitting here for, well, 40 minutes if you're lucky. Bigger aircraft takes even longer than that. From the A380, full capacity, could take up maybe like an hour and a half, which is a bit much for me at least, so we'll stick to the shorts. And besides, based on timings, I mean, I fly in Europe a lot. The short time seems to be the, at least for me, the most kind of lifelike, especially while flying Ryanair. It's always a board quicking process. Thank you, Annie. Thank you for the kind words. Glad you're enjoying the watch. It's a mod, Icrems. It's a mod. TFDi design PACX. That's the name of the mod. Costs $30. Flight controller. I'd never fly on keyboard and mouse. Always fly controller. On left, Ryan. At the time. All on screen for you. Yeah, go for it, Danny. You got PACX, you always have a problem getting the planes deboard. What do you mean by that, flight fan? I mean, the easiest way you can do is just turn off the seatbelt sign, passengers start deboarding. Check your flight config setup. Yeah, so we're flying to Bridgetown in Barbados tomorrow. That's Tango Bravo Papa Bravo. It's the only airport in Barbados flying into Bridgetown. I'm from the UK, I am. I'm from the UK. Weather in Doha, it's clear skies, a bit hazy, very windy, so I can imagine that with no clouds reported, it's desert dust storms rather than cloud low visibility. We'll see how it goes on the approach today. I've been to Delhi, yes, Devanshu. I went to there about 2 weeks ago. Flew from Bombay to Delhi. It's because it's a good aeroplane, Faring fans. It's a new aeroplane, so no longer stuck to the default 320-787-4. It's a new aeroplane that's rather well made and lots and lots of fun to fly. I think that's why everyone's hyped. It's a new airplane that we're all enjoying. Welcome Moon, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, PACX works absolutely... Whoops. I was supposed to wait. PACX works absolutely fine with the 330, Daniel. You've even got a PACX 330 cabin. Look inside. I'm not sure if I'll show you much. Yeah, I won't show the aircraft type from here. But if we go to the flight reports for the flight we did on Tuesday, they go through 3300. That's the Dublin to Heathrow flight. And again, still annoyed that we managed to miss Bruce Lee on boards. There it is. Passengers Bruce Lee. How we missed that name, I will never know. Oh, PACX overall record. So we've done 152 flights with 364 hours. It's a lot of flight stats. Passengers, we've had 25,963 passengers. average age of 35 years old, average satisfaction around 90%, so I'll be more than happy with that. We have flown air-to-bulk ratio of 88%, average landing rate is 200 feet per minute, with only a 57% on-time record. That's abysmal. So, only about half our flights actually land on time. Every 10 flights we do, 4 of them are late, statistically. That's horrible. The geographical most frequent airport is Heathrow, most frequent countries is the UK, and in total we have flown 143,839.7 nautical miles. I'm genuinely shocked by that. Our on-time record is horrible. I thought it'd be a bit higher than that. 200 feet per minute landings I can accept, I can agree with that, but no way we're that late on all our flights. Yes, I do remember the 747 flights from Melbourne to, well, Singapore. We took off from today. Spent 30 minutes on the ground because an aircraft had an issue on takeoff and had to return back to the airfield. So we just sat there for 30 minutes, engines burning fuel, while we waited for the sun to rise and for the airport to be clear. I don't think so, Banshee. I do not see you on the radar. In fact, I'll use TCAS because TCAS is the better way to detect things. There are no aircraft within 40 miles of my position right now. No aircraft at all. My thoughts on you, no UPC. No worries, Benny. Glad you've I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have not been to Disney World, no. I've done a few land challenges in the past. I've also done them on my own a lot, I just don't stream them. But I have done a few land challenges, yes. I do work besides streaming, yes Fizzy. I do marketing and social media. I do work, yes I do. The reason I don't see you, Divvy, is because I don't choose default multiplayer, so you may see me, but I won't see you because I don't use it. No multiplayer, no in some aircraft. You can chat to me every day, Danny. You can chat to me every day, don't you worry. The PFD doesn't say we're speeding, Mahu. It says we're stalling. Ignore it, that's a glitch. It says we're stalling right now, we're too slow. There's a fix now, so I'll download the fix tonight, and then for tomorrow's 330 flights, that'll be no more issues. But, yes, that's just an issue with the A330NX compatibility, which says we're stalling the entire flight. Ignore it, it's not a problem. Other way around, Hakao. IVAO is generally seen as a more beginner network, without seeming required to do an exam to even join these days. How fast? Going on Mach 0.81 right now. Mach 0.81. ETA around 4:15 UK time, so about an hour and 45-ish minutes to landing. So far, so good. I'm not sure about the Greenpeace Green 777, Chris. I'll look into that. Right, so I'm going to take one more break now. One more break. The next time you see me will be a couple minutes before top of descent. Start the descent into Doha, and then we'll prepare the aircraft for landing. We'll take one more break, and I shall see you again in a bit. We'll also step climb to level 340, so we'll go and it's the top of our cruise now. Hopefully, means we'll get there a bit quicker as well, but we'll see how that goes as time changes. Right, Back in a bit.
moments, our lovely flight attendants will be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note we only accept credit cards.
Hello again. Right, so far so good. Just over an hour now or so until we get to Doha. You can see we're making a more northerly heading now, since we're going to go around the UAE, so we're going to avoid that airspace over there. Does mean we will be speaking to Tehran Centre for a couple of minutes as well, as we do our approach into the airport. Do one more weather check at Doha. Depending on the winds, it looks like, on your OC menu, it looks like we'll be going for a 3-4 right landing, since 1-6 left is very, very windy at the moment. We'll wait for the ECAM to receive the weather request. 97 satisfaction, passengers are very happy indeed today. Over there, just about to spot Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Sorry, it's the other way around, sorry, no. Dubai and Abu Dhabi, just in the distance over there. Right, so weather, receive messages, have a look. Yeah, 18 knots at 340, so it makes more sense to go on the runway 34 side. So program that now. Arriving runway ILS34 right. Went to the flight plan, flying direct runway, which looks alright actually in the flight plan. We'll do that. And I'm fairly sure that we've actually kind of gone and flown into an event right now. I'm not sure which event this is, but the airspace all of a sudden very, very busy. And airspace active everywhere apart from, of course, Qatar. But definitely something going on there. And the inbound's looking quite busy as well. Inbound's 12. We are... where are we? There you go, expected 1624. With a couple of minutes of gap around us, but still looking pretty busy indeed. So let's have a look, shall we? So input that, no star required, no visor, that's fine. Insert U, radios, looking at 110.1 approach, which is fine. Hopefully we'll get some scenery, but we'll have to wait and see what this is done for the approach today. Sending a couple of minutes. Yeah, so our flight plan has taken us around UAE. SimBrief still enforcing the ban. In fact, I can show you on the flight plan 2 seconds. Documents, downloads, that one. That's tomorrow's flight plan, or today's flight plan. So yeah, you can see on the SimBrief flight plan, still sending surround. And to be fair, I'm not the only aircraft going around. I've noticed a few aeroplanes taking extended approach path as well. Thank you there, 50 bread for the £1, much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yes, ads, we are on autopilots. There's no way I wouldn't be flying on autopilot right now. Um, 330 weights work fine, Flight Sim Life. I've had no problems yet with the 330 using the SimBrief calculations. Given that the Megapack team have modified the 330 to fly like a 330, the weights of course make more sense. Not sure yet, 50 bread. We won't find the scenery until we get to the airport. I won't see it until we're on top of the airport, basically. I'm 21, DJ mouth through feet. 21. Not sure if well, we could do this week 50/50 spread. We're very close now to the 30k mark. It'll be close, but it's not impossible. Definitely impossible for weekends, that's for sure. I'm enjoying the 330. I definitely am, Tom. It's a long-range aircraft. It feels pretty good. I've got no complaints yet for the at the moment. So far, so good. I don't do night flights, Matty. I get too many complaints when I do night flights, so I've stopped doing them. Too many complaints because the scene gets too dark, and as a result you can't see anything. So I decided to stop doing night flights to stop people from complaining and disliking videos. There are any goals with Fred. I mean, YouTube for me is not a career. It's really not like a thing that I'm gonna fully transition to. I take what I get, really. The moment it comes to career, I don't stop enjoying it. There's a mod Vinay on the Flights Not 2 website. There's a mod that lets you put the A330NX into the A330. I think they've, well, the window panels, I don't know how they've done it in 330, but it's ever so slightly, the angles don't quite look right for it. Quite bumpy now. I'm going to turn the seatbelt sign back on. I've been starting to rock the airplane a bit. Well, Captain Ed, how are you doing? Welcome to Chance Chats. How are you today? Not using VATS, I'm using IVAO, Moses. I'm using IVAO.
The flight crew has turned on the fastest seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt.
132-500. Get this onto the standby now. Very shortly, we're just looking to try and centre. Getting quite bumpy now. -13, not bad, travelographer. Not bad at all. Yes, Andy, come here forever. Oh, 787 any day of the week, 50/50 spread. 787 any day of the week. I'm a Boeing person, so it makes sense for me to choose the Boeing option. Still bumpy. Still riding along. I'm using a flight kit, Matty. I'm using a HOTAS. Using the Thrustmaster Warthog. Expensive, but well worth it. You can get positive lands 50 spread, so for example, if landing on an uphill slope is possible, and also it depends on the conditions as well. But it is possible. They're rare, but they are possible. For example, if you're landing in airports like, what's the one on the side of the hill in France? You land at Courchevel, for example, the runway points uphill. There, you'll generally get positive landing rates. Welcome, Garlic, how you doing? Welcome, Chats. How are you today? Right, there's our left hand's turn now. Avoided your airspace. I'm just kind of curving around to Doha. 240-ish miles away to go. The fuel on board, 2 seconds. On board we have another, plenty of fuel, plenty, 28,000, yeah, it's about 28 tons left of fuel on board. More than enough for our trip today. Megapack said they will do a 737 travelographer, but not much really info about it. Just that they say they'll do one at some stage. Right, let's say go, shall we? Tehran radar.
Doha 512X, take on the response via Maxter 2 pump arrive. Kind of make ready for descent.
They're not going to respond to that. Hello there, Tehran radar. This is Qatari 947 at flight level 400 inbound Kupsa.
Qatari 4947 Tehran, hello, good night. Squawk, correction. Transponder Charlie mode, please.
Oh, it was reversed of no transponder on the entire flight. Whoops. Even I forget it from time to time.
Qatari 947, radar identified at flight level 400, proceed as fine.
Proceed as filed for Qatari 947, thank you very much. Somewhere in front of us now is our destination. Not long to go now. Not long at all.
Center, Alpha Bravo 211, action to take off.
Welcome, Chris, how you doing? Happy Friday to you too. Even this way now from our top of descent. So far, so good. So we'll set up our Unicom as well for 80 chats later. Have a look. So we're taking no starflying direct in, approaching the ILS 416 right. Sorry, 16 left, 16 right, 16. Sorry, 34 right even.
Okay, don't let that, 926 request.
Been over on Discord. Discord seems alright to me.
Iran 261 second request.
Not quite sure what the current is welcome Boston.
261, expect ILS 1 makes her to Papa arrive. Kenish Merabad 1010. Roger, expect Maxter to Papa for ILS ground number 1, ground return on left, Kenish 1014 Papa. 1010. Roger, 1010, Iran 261 section, thank you.
Ah, happy birthday, Oscar. Happy birthday to you. Have a good one today. Just for the weekend too, so always a good chance to have a birthday. A few days of rest as well. Landing in 53 minutes. 53 minutes today. I'll see what's on again since we're now out of
This is Sahavan 512, we can
turbulence. On the left hand side.
Sahavan 512, expedite descent.
5.
110, regard mark.
Short slow coming to view.
Descending for level 110, direction to either service 9 as well. Left, Sahavan 512.
FPS right now, Pizza Pool, solid 30 FPS in both the cockpit and externally. So we first all the numbers, calculations, fuel burn, all that kind of stuff have been tweaked to match that of the A330.
Iran 261, descent by level 170. Roger, descent for level 170, Iran 261.
You can get a proper buzz on that takeoff there, very nice. My birthday's in May, so a couple of months until mine. Graphics card using a GTX 1660, Jawad, a GTX 1660. We're at level 400, top end for us will be 4, 8, 12, 120 miles today, 120 miles. No 50 bread, no jetliner has a modelled cockpit. Well, the CJ4 does. Basically, you gotta remember that with a cockpit being modelled, it's more polygons, more model, and therefore for a GPU, especially older ones, it's more difficult to run. I have thought about controlling it IVAO, at some stage I will do, Captain Adam. There's one project I want to do first, and then I'll do controlling one day. No mystery man, there's no wing flex on the A330, not yet, they're working on that for a future time. Basically, it's a bit gimmicky wing flex, and so they want to do it right before they do it. Deletes the A32NX mod scientist, or gets the A32NX compatibility mod. Delete it, or get the mods to make it compatible. Well, like I say, I overclock my graphics card at games. I do overclock my system. And so, it's just a case of overclock it and be a bit careful, putting too much power behind it. Always likes, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. You're doing well today. Now 4 o'clock in the UK, landing within about 30 minutes or so. Oh yeah, there'll be lots of there's lots of places, Charles, that will have their upsides and downsides. So Thailand, for example, well, the climate for starters is much better, much sunnier, much more warm. I can imagine that quality of life in a lot of cases will be better. Happiness index. In fact, what is the happiness index for Thailand compared to the UK? Right, so the UK is 34th in the happiness index with a score of 31.9. Thailand 37.3 and comes in 9th. So people there are a lot happier here in the UK. That's a lot of the Southeast Asian countries seem to be quite happy. Vietnam, nice. English 8th and 28th. The UK, of course, sorry, UK is 34th, Finland 37th. Mexico, much happier than the US. Second, in fact, very happy people compared to 108th the US. Who's in First place. Ah, Costa Rica. Number 1. For 44.7. So they gain points for life expectancy and well-being, they've got good ecological footprints, they lose points for inequality, but yeah, very happy people indeed. They finished like in real life because ooh, very nice lugs. Very nice. I would consider Microsoft Flight in VR if I had a headset fitted for it.
Descend 8,000 feet.
A headset I would, but I don't. But I can't. My specs in description, sorry, yep. My specs all in the description. I've seen the PND 777, it's for P3D. An add-on for the P3D 777. Dubai, it's the Middle East, it's just to our left, somewhere down there. There you go, there's the palm tree. There's the world map. The airport should be... I believe that's it there.
This is Doha 512. 512, descend 8,000 feet, latest KNH 1010 kilo per hour. Descending 9,000 feet, QNH 101, QNH 10, taking QNH 1010. QNH 1010, clear approach, Doha 512. Saudi 803, you are leaving out Mauritius, with the service same minutes in combat to this Malaysia. 122 decimal 8, thank you very much for your service, good night, Khuda Hafiz, Saudi 803. Putting it up.
Flew Doha to Bangkok, flew over the pond, very nice. Wrong, Vinay. It says we're stalling. Yeah, just ignore it, it's glitched. It's the... So I'm using the A330 compatibility on the A32NX. It's glitched out the speed... overspeed a bit. The rest of it's fine, all works fine. Just the overspeed in case that's broken. There is an update now, which will fix it, and so when I finish stream I'm going to install the update and tomorrow's flight should be looking rather good. Yeah, it's a known glitch, just ignore it for now. Right, so let's speak to Oman Centre 120900. Sorry, it's Emirates Centre, that. Hello there, Emirates Centre. This is Qatari 947 at flight level 400 inbound Kupsa.
Qatari 947, good evening, image control, orbital contact sentinel.
We'll do a Nottingham flight at some stage, Charlie. We'll do a Nottingham flight at some stage, waiting for maybe a Ryanair 737 before we do that. If and when the 737 does arrive as flight sim. Yeah, we'll be starting our descent in Emirates control. No real flights planned for 50 breads. Flights I usually plan like 2 or 3 days before I actually stream them. I don't have like a massive backlog of flights to do. The only real flight I've got planned is the London-Sydney flights. That would be London-Perth. That will be in the summer, in June. Apart from that, nothing concrete yet. Favourite aeroplane, either the 737 or 747. London Perth 787, like it's in real life. Would you recommend Replay Tour? I like it. And Flight Control Replay, I do like it. I've got no issues with it. I do a lot of flights in India, Drawyah. A couple of weekends ago, there was like 2 or 3 flights in and out of India. I'm from the UK, Mr. Bizza.
Emirates Control, good evening.
I'm from the UK.
096 with you, flight level 330.
Madam, 33809, good evening, Emirates Control, with our contact report when ready for this.
Report ready for descent, Millennium 096.
You can see the where the lighting kind of shines off the front nose there. No, I think out of all the things the 330 had on, the nose is probably getting a bit of touch up. Apart from that, it's a very, very good model, this 330. Quite a bit of fun flying this around in Flight Sim. Yes, Condor, I will stream tomorrow. Taking flights from Gatwick to Barbados. Bridgetown, Barbados tomorrow. There's a mod to smooth flying for the 3NX cockpits. There's a mod in Flights Not 2, free to download, fixes the cockpits. Not fixes so much, but makes it compatible. Why don't fly the VMware RTS base? Because the flight plan I'm using hasn't been updated to show that you can do so. My flight plan still follows the older rules back when the airspace was locked down, and therefore our approach into Doha takes us over UAE. Our flight plan's still outdated and shows the former routing. No, Mr. Bizza, I will not be doing a flight in that horrible Braydock 737 MAX. No intention to, never will. An absolute scam of an add-on, a cash grab. Nobody should be supporting it. Welcome, AA Ahmed, how are you doing? Welcome to Chats. How are you today? Right, so we're going to report ourselves ready for descent. See what tower gives us. Sorry, 947 is ready to descend.
096, descend maintain plan level 150.
Alpha level 150 for Atari 947. Alright, almost there. 1000. Down we go.
Hello, with you Turkey 69 of Quebec. And
go to Orlando.
180.
Also with your holiday, very nice. See if it even happens. Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll go to plan for that. We'll set the speed as well so the aircraft can slow itself down.
Flight level.
Flight level 380.
Bit of a steep descent on this, isn't it?
Flight level 380, Turkey 69 of Quebec.
Running about 4 degrees down at the point. Shoot about 3 degrees, 4 degrees fine. Yes, Chris, remove the A32NX.
Millennium 069, descend maintain flight level 160.
Speeding slightly, I might.
Direct
manually
Florida,
at this point.
descent flight level 160, Millennium 096.
That's up. Welcome back, Psycho. How you doing? Start our descent now into Doha, sorry. Start our descent, and we'll be landing in just a few minutes now. So far so good, Marco. I mean, passengers are 95% satisfied, so passengers are happy. We'll start descent into the sunset in front of us, and yeah, it all starts to come together quite nicely for us now. Yes, Contrails coming next week. It's been a long time coming, that. Contrails finally going into Microsoft Flight Sim. And that's better. Now pointing about 3 degrees down. Much more standard descent rates. Yep, absolutely enjoying it, resale. Absolutely perfect flight today. Now passing through flight level 300, 30,000 feet. I expect to be given back to Unicom afterwards once you do some late. There's no control right now in Qatar, which is fun because everybody else around us has ATC. It's just our little landing bit there, no coverage. We're given back to that later for Unicom landing today once you do some late. Thank you there, 50 ruble again for another £1, much appreciated. Appreciated, thank you very much. Yeah, so I thought that was 1 to 2 decimal late for standby. Not going to tune yet, Unicom, but we'll get that later on. Oof, bit of a steep descent there all of a sudden. Passengers definitely took note for that. So if I can drop down to 88%. I'm not quite sure why the airplane likes to do that sometimes. It's not always appreciated, I must admit. That manually for now. Contrails is the white trails that come out the back of the engines, water that heats up and turns into steam on the way out. Actual if you use text, expect delays. I mean, that's fair, flight fan. Controls do prefer voice over the text, because he has to manually type everything and respond to you, so that does make sense. I have heard of the Airbus Frost Quadrant Honeycomb. Rather interesting.
Airbus Control November.
I'm enjoying it. The cockpit looks pretty good. It's very smart aircraft this.
November 317 Romeo.
Bit layouts, built speedy 330. Stanley, looks like 330. And our Qatar colours. Audio's pretty good as well, sounds very good. No real complaints. No real complaints for this one. No signs this, always happy to help. It's not Charles of gas, Envy, it's steam, it's water vapour. There's no gas in there. It's just water, nothing else. So far so good, Marty. So far so good. We've started our descent now into Doha. We're landing in approximately 32 minutes, probably a bit shorter than that. And yeah, going to be landing into the sunset today.
Turkish 69, correct, you are at my station, and approval everything.
Contact Unicom and sir.
No problem. Italiano 069, lowered for Delta for arrival, expect approach island 30 left.
In a couple of moments we'll be switching on the
repeat, seal.
seatbelt sign.
Sorry?
Lowered,
I do have the Megapack, yes.
approach island 30 left.
Use both Megapack and Flight Simulator 2 liveries as well.
Clear.
I don't think it'll be night time when we land Drawyah, but it'll be very close to it. It'll be red sky, right to the edge of sunsets.
Firm for November
Clear to use destination must pass a brief R
Seatbelts on.
Via your flight scan and your QNH 1011 runway will be active is 29 and QNH.
So I speak English natively. Na mój polsko mamy jakieś polsko. Bonjour avec la français. D'accord. Ohum Somea, Mitakolo. That's it. That's about it. Languages, Surya.
Address clocking 0611.
Yeah, in a couple of moments we'll be sent back to Unicon. When we do, I've got my ProShore set up. I'll speak to people in the airspace through that. Runway 16 left, currently in use. 16 left also programmed into the aircraft. Sorry, 34 right, 34 right. 16 left not landing at, 34 we're landing at, due to the winds being about 20 knots. No, don't speak Italian, Marco. Which Discord message?
096 contact approach Dubai 124 Smart 45, have a good evening.
Contact approach Millennium 096.
What happens if you're not on PC and controller gets cards? Basically, if you're bred, you'll just get kicked for not being active on frequency, and you'll get a warning on your account. Too many warnings, you get suspended. So try to be there when the AT is contacting you, as that's the whole point of realism networks. Just about to see the land in front of us now, so they're coming into view. That around there, our target spots. Coastal Airport, is it Hamad pronounced? Yes, Hamad International. So it's Coastal Airport, Hamad International. So on reclaims land, the runway, or low approach in the water, means touchdown. I've not been on A380, no, I haven't, Ryan.
Control, November 317 Romeo Charlie, ready for the start of taxi.
Not usually, Robbie. Even in real life, there's generally no control over the Atlantic Ocean because it's water, airplanes fly on tracks.
The holding point for November 317 Romeo Charlie.
On IVAO NV, you can join in as a observer, and so basically you can fly around the network without having to speak to people in the ATC. Basically, you're still in the network, you're just invisible to people, and so it's one thing that you could probably do to get a bit more activity in the frequencies. How to go away from PC? So I do two things for 50 with bread. One, have the stream up on my phone so I can check it every few minutes, and two, I check the flight plan to see any active ATC. There are ways you can check it, there are ways you can just be sure they're not going to create any issues later on the network. Now reaching 15,000. Remember, it's 3,000 feet. The intercepts into glide slope today. 3,000 feet.
Sorry, 947, your logman PACX, and over.
Unicom 168 for Qatari 947. Thank you very much. Take care and good night. Right, back to Unicom. We're now in charge. We'll plug in the performance for this landing now. So performance next phase. Let's grab the what's the weather for arrival. We're now looking at 340 at 21 knot winds. UNH1014. Temperature is 24 degrees centigrade. Position is 11,000. Decision height 30. Plugged, all looking good. Let's continue descent now to 3,000. Minutes, hold it at 300. Let the airplane down as we slowly approach to the airport. Yeah, 90 knot winds, so definitely not looking great. I don't have the Bradock 3D Max Flight Sim 007. It's an absolute scam and a waste of money, so no, I do not have it, and I really recommend people do not get it. Get FlightControlReplay in the background now, ready to start recording the approach. And that's on Unicom that we're going to start our pass through as well. Very easeful road approach that. Very good indeed. It's about 40 odd miles to go to now. 41 miles to go. 41 miles. It's a mod, aviation. It's a mod. FlightControlReplay. 15 euros plus VAT. So MDA, minimum decision altitude, and DH decision height. You use MDA for a manual landing and decision height for an auto land. You can get both of those on your charts. More than 90, Ryan. We're now 99. That's the way there. Just one more percent to go. Landing in approximately, well, less than 23 minutes now. Like 5-6 minutes to landing. Actually, more than that, I'd say 10 to landing. I like it, Tom. I do like FlightControlReplay. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but for me personally, I do get quite a bit of use out of it. So, yeah, I do recommend. We start to accelerate slightly more. So the up and down to about 260 knots. Ignore the stall thing there, because that's all wrong. Just ignore it, basically. Glad I've got the speeds already calculated, because it's, well, the speed ticker's broken. Swiss hates it, Charlie, because he doesn't know how to use it, basically. Didn't read the manual, didn't read the instructions. It's very easy to use. He just didn't read it, basically. Yes, I'm aware that the ban over Qatari airspace has... Sorry, the ban of UAE airspace Qatar has been lifted. Just a shame that my flight plan didn't quite know that. I'd go for mine and then across. look at the map quickly for arrivals into Qatar. Into Doha, sorry. Yeah, into Qatar, Doha. There's one aircraft coming in shortly, Qatari 1157, that came in from Bahrain. We're just behind it, landing shortly. Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes. Yeah, like it's 1014.
We have begun our final descent into Doha.
Landing
Flight
lights.
attendants will be passing through the cabin to
Sets.
collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in a full upright position.
The orange glow on the silver livery actually looks fantastic. Look at this. Look at this. So beautiful. Get the right angles in it. The reflections as well. Just absolutely stunning in the sim. There's the sunsets just in front of us. Aircraft down below. Visual. I need to increase my descent rate slightly since we're a little bit low to the speed to increase. We'll decrease speeds to 220 knots. Descent rates down to 1,800. ND. Speed brakes out. In fact, if you want a screenshot, let me hide all the overlays. There you go. Want to screenshot the sunset? Now's your opportunity to grab that. Very beautiful indeed. That's one. Nice throw speed because it's not slowing the airplane down like it should do. Let's nosedive the airplane, thank you, Sim. Yeah, speed management is not quite up to scratch, I don't think. It's something we'll have to play around with later. Go, that's a bit better. Yeah, we'll be just behind this airplane there. And with the approach and sets into the airports. Landing systems active for both. Whoops, not you. Did not turn on. Fair enough. A little bit below the glide slope, that's fine, we can manage that. We're going to reduce our speed now so there's a bit more distance between myself and then the airplane, just Actually, is he on the way to... Is he on the left or right runway? I think actually he might be on a different runway to us. Yep. Parallel landing. That's going to be fun. We're on IVAO. I'd not that sim. Start recording the landing now. I'm not sure, is he on the same runway? Or is he on the other runway? I think he's on the same runway actually. We'll reduce speed. We'll reduce speed to 170 knots regardless, and just create a bit of spacing between us. In fact, go down to 160. So, Oscar Tango Hotel, Hotel, traffic, reducing speeds to 160 knots, pending traffic in front. Yeah, QTR 157, could you maintain higher speed until 5 DME for spacing if... So we'll slow down to minimum approach speed. I've basically just said 0 in front. Could you possibly speed up a little bit? That way we can just kind of maintain separation for the approach into the airport. Okay, 180 for DME, thank you very much. So we'll slow down, he'll speed up, create enough distance between us for the sake of, like I say, separated traffic. I've got to ensure that. Approach mode set, localizer set. Cabin crew, seats for landing please. Seats for landing. Brake sets to low. Boilers all on. Cabin secure. Yeah. Brightness flat while we're here. Right, let's do this, shall we? Easy came man. 140 knots easy. Gear not yet down. Gear goes down at 5 miles. The sun now slowly sets behind the horizon. Think about long haul flights. A very different world from start to finish. Took off in the middle of the took off in the middle of Singapore, City Island. Now landing in the middle of the desert. A very different world. Massive contrast from start to finish. And yeah, just overall a very fun experience. So the A320 in front of us is now short file himself. We're just moments away from our own touchdown. Speed to 130 knots. Get the performance page. What are you saying? So you're saying our approach speed should be 210. I can guarantee you for a fact it's not going to be 210 knots. So we'll leave it to 130. Need that for our landing speed. Down. A320 in front of us has now touched down, just waiting to exit the runway. As they do, Going to land. 1,000. Stable approach. Bit windy. Stable approach. 31 knot headwind. Gee, okay. Right. Let's fire that off. Approach altitude sets. Doing? He's not off the runway yet. It's going to be close, this one, but he's not leaving the runway. We may have to go around. Gonna be tight. Gonna be tight. Okay, he's vacated the runway. Thank you very much.
400. 300.
Just in time. Just in time for us.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Let's reset. knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. Reverse cuts. Get going. Yeah, we lost the glide slope there. Only because I was mainly focused on the traffic on the runway and kind of lost that. But apart from that, we did alright.
It's currently about 21 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop.
Any track behind us? No, so we are free to a bit more time around the way if we need to.
We thank you for flying with us. If you're making a connection, we encourage you to check your itinerary to ensure a smooth continuation of your journey.
Exit runway to the left. It's up. Throttle back. So the question is now, where do we go? I may just... Is that a Qatar? Yeah, that is a Qatari aircraft there, so I think we'll just follow the Qatar that landed in front of us, and they'll take us over to the gates. And lights off, APU starts. Clear the systems. Go to the gates. I have got it now, Bravo Rafat. I couldn't find it before I started, but I did download it now, so next time we fly to Doha, you will be able to enjoy the scenery. Yeah, I'm afraid the answer is no. Scenery did not work by installing it halfway through the flight. Who knew? To be fair, if it was explained, it would have worked, but it's not explained, and therefore we don't quite get to enjoy the rolling scenery updates. And don't forget we have all the replay for landings, so if you want to see the replay from passenger, sorry, if you want to see the landing from passenger point of view, you stick around for that. Thank you, Gabriela, for coming to sponsor, much appreciated. Let's see which level you've gone for. Once it shows on screen. My chat's not up to date. Let me quickly refresh that. You're into economy class, so you can turn right. Yeah, turn right at the door. Take a seat, any seat you want. Leave luggage in your overhead locker and sit back in front of you. Sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Thank you very much, Kabira, for becoming a sponsor. Much appreciated. Thank you, 50 for bread for £1. Much appreciated again. Thank you all very much for donations and supports. As always, you guys are amazing. Parking brake set. I feel like we're very wonky on the taxiway line there. APU available, APU switch on. Engines off. Seatbelts off. Same. Was it 7 hours 33 minutes? That's not too bad. 7:33. That's all off. That's all off. That's all off. Lights off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Doha. Flight time is around 7 hours 33 minutes. So we've landed 10 minutes on time. 10 minutes to spare. And hopefully we'll get you off the aircraft in just a couple of moments. We thank you for flying with Qatari today, and we wish you a safe on journey. Cabin crew, disarm doors, and cross-check. I'll play that to the cabin. Next, the jetway to the aircraft. Say thank you to the. Thanks for that. Just in the nick of time. So since we're on the ground, we'll probably switch over now to ground power, yes we can. APU off. Let's dispark the aeroplane. No worries, happy face. Probably not identified aviation. There won't be another stream today because I've got to do a radio interview later. So once again, if you guys are interested in actually doing a bit of a Q&A session for radio today, the radio it won't be broadcast today. We're going to record it, and then either this weekend or next weekend it will go live. But if you've got any Q&A questions you want to ask me, feel free to use the link in chat for SpeakPipe. Ask a question, and there's a good chance we'll answer it in the stream today, or the radio today. Right, we will stop recording the replay. We'll end the flight. Now that passengers deboarding the aeroplane. There we go. Have a look. So QR 947 A330 from Singapore to Doha. 7 hours 31 minute flight time. Planned departure was 0911, passed at 0908. So a bit of a late departure there, but we gained 10 minutes on landing, which is pretty good. 231 passengers, no free satisfaction, 150 minute landing rates with a block time of 748. Extreme flying conditions again. That's just the aircraft's wants to nosedive, which nobody knows quite why it does that. Slight head schedule, which is good. Soft landing. Flies at the extreme. Reckon it'll work. Over here early. Pretty long flights. Entertainment was cool. We will save the flight reports. I'll put the flight report in chat. So if you guys want to listen in more detail, you can do so through that. Give it a few seconds to load. Yep, so there's our flight reports. We will jump in the airplane. We will disconnect from IVAO now. Load the replay, and let's see what the passengers thought of our trip. Make sure that that's now recorded. Yes, it has. Right, let it load. So again, the sunset's going to look fantastic for this landing. A very, very good touchdown this. Off the GWS, since that always goes off during replays. Position ourselves, short final.
2,500. 1,000.
Let's have a look, shall we? Gives things all the flaps, speed brakes, that kind of stuff. Updates the replay, flight control replay. See the flight surfaces like that. Give me a second. Is that a glitch? Maybe a glitch because again the A330 is not quite tuned yet for FCR. But apart from that, everything else should still be in place. In fact, let me quickly get on the ground. That's better. That's better. Right, so left hand view the A330 landing. Have a look on the right hand side. See what the passengers thought of that. So far so good. Sunset in the background as well, looking very good indeed.
300.
Also, I love the gap in the wing. Just gives you a bit more of a... well, it just gives you the ground, basically. Right through the wing there.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
And touchdown. Yes, it'll be chat about Microsoft Flight Sim, Christo. I'm doing chat about Microsoft Flight Sim. Or explain as well. Anything in general, basically. It'll be for the Haggis and Poon show on Blue Sky Radio every Sunday. We're recording it today, like I say, and then this weekend or next weekend, when they go live, I'll drop a link to it. You guys enjoy it through there. But that was the right-hand landing view. I wouldn't say it was too hard at all, Rodrigo. I can tell you how many G's that was as well, according to the flight plan. That was... load. 1.13 Gs. 150 feet per minute at 1.13 Gs. That was a perfect landing.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Touchdown. Reverse thrust sets. Have a look at it from the external point of view. So use a drone cam for some of these. Clean on the plane because we'll tail view as well. We'll do as many angles as we can for such long flights.
200.
Got final in.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Just about. I think the reason it kind of jumps with landing there is because the wheel animation kind of jumps there, you can see. It's smart, the replay. It's really smart, FlightControlReplay, but it's not... As always with new tools, it updates, it gets better, basically. But for a €15 tool, it really ain't all that bad.
50, 40, 30, 20.
So just a little bit beyond touchdown marker, not too much. Actually nothing problematic. A very good landing overall, actually. Let's do it from the belly view. And we'll showcase cam that is. 2, 3, 4. There you go. I'll leave that on normal speed.
100. 50, 40.
As it's a bit of a fisheye lens, it looks a bit faster than it normally does. Thank the fisheye lens for that.
10.
It's not really fisheye, it's more, it's wide angle to get all the engines in as well. But it's such an easy plane to land, this.
5.
Such an easy plane to land. Ourselves into, hang on, there's wing view, drone cam, turn off follow mode, position our camera somewhere on the ground, slow it down again, bring the airplane back tiny bits,
200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Nothing wrong with that landing, nothing wrong with it at all. Even centre line, more than acceptable that. It's not too difficult, NV files. I have done a tutorial on setting up IVAO. Maybe give a look at that, see it in more video form. And just the sunset on the right hand side there, just looks so good in Flight Sim.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I think that probably now brings us to the end of our stream today. So that was Singapore to Doha in the Qatar A330. This is the MegaPack A330 with the A32NX compatibility mod, which is a little buggy. I'm now going to update to the correct version. That was Microsoft Flight Sim. That was a 7.5 hour flight. Overall, a very good flights experience in the end. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for the support. Thank you all for showing me love and all that. As always, always appreciated. Tomorrow, flying the A330 again on the long-haul flights from London Gatwick to Bridgetown, Barbados. So do tune into that. Sunday, I'll do a bit more of a chill kind of A320 short-haul flights, kind of relax a bit. Otherwise, yeah, that brings us now to the end of our flights today. Take care of yourselves, thank you for watching, and I shall see you again in the very near future. Bye bye.